Alright. It's online. What's going on? It says it's locked, but it's clearly not locked. No idea. Oh, we're taking them all. I guess we'll get involved here. What building are we in? Oh, I see, yeah. Oh, it looks like these guys are probably doing the event boss. Let's get stuck in, do some RvR. We've bought a couple of weapons, so we're now down to 5k war crests. We grabbed ourselves the Tyranny weapon with reduced chance to be crit. We've now got minus 3.8% chance. And we've also bought the DPS version of Anathema. And looking at this weapon, I kind of feel like it's better than the Subjugator. We lose a little bit of toughness, we gain AP per sec, and we gain some magic power. Which I feel like is better. We're now sat on 197 heal. Oh, we've just missed this. We also spent a couple of talent points or career points. Nope. I guess they took that boss as opposed to us, maybe? Didn't mean to fall down there, that's fine. We don't need... We don't need that tactic on for this, so we can switch that off. We'll do that in a minute when we're out of combat. A little sprint back here, make sure we're not caught off guard. Thank you, this guy up. Although he seems to be fine. Switch over here, that blackguard seems okay. That sucks. But yeah, we spent an extra talent point and we grabbed the ravens. It's not going to deal a lot of damage, but it might be good for snaring people and such. Yeah, it hits basically nothing. I'm guessing this warband's about to disband. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we have no disrupt chance, so that's very rarely hitting people. At least a tank anyway. And why no one's going after the Rune Priest. He's gonna go for a knockback. Yeah. Can body block him? Probably not. Looks like they've all run away. So I guess this is where we clear up the last remaining couple of dudes, although that looks like a bit of a trap. And we'll see what's going on. Yeah, okay. I kind of feel like, yeah, everyone's about to probably bang out of this. I don't think this guy is, like, actually leading a warband. I feel like he's doing his own thing. And it just so happens that other people have joined this warband. We'll stick by him for now, though. There's a lot of people here, not in our warband. Yeah, they're just pushing kills. Right, so this... we don't need that one anymore. And I kind of feel like we go back to grabbing the morale ability. This one. Yeah. Could probably run boxes, to be fair. Start slowly leveling up Dragonwave. Although the Badlands... ooh, maybe we should go Badlands. Maybe we should go there. It looks like we're massively outnumbered. So we're probably not going to get a siege anytime soon there. I wonder. Again, I feel like this is all bugged. I don't think we should have a against all odds buff when we have more players than they do. That makes no sense. And I guess in Badlands we either don't have a warband up, or it's a private warband perhaps. How's the Zealot live? How's it going, Malma? We really want to be switching to DPS. We watched Stink's PvP video, and then another guy, I think Sci-Fi, he also uploaded a Zealot DPS video on the forums, which we watched this morning. Off stream, mind you. And it looks quite fun. We don't really have the gear for it though, I don't think. We're having some lag spikes there, I think. Maybe this guy was lagging, I don't know. Burden of the Zealot. We've been wanting to do DPS. Wow, I say hybrid kind of thing, but I appreciate you can't really be a hybrid in this game. Because of the renown points and stuff. We've been wanting to be DPS for quite some time. I feel like now, gear-wise, because we are 61? Yeah, 61. I feel like now we can slowly start switching some of this Vanquisher stuff to the Triumphant stuff. And then when we get a few pieces of that going, I think that's where we then start to look more DPS. Career talents or career mastery so to speak. We're still doing the exact same thing we were, where we are in the right-hand tree for the Zealot to grab the shielding thing. This grip. Still got the ritual. So we're still playing as a healer. We've still obviously got the shock. But now because Ravens has moved down to the 9 point in the first tree, we've also picked up Ravens. Mainly so I can try and muscle memory this. We know we're not going to deal any damage with this at the moment. But yeah, slowly starting to move towards DPS. Again, it's the gear that we're lacking more than anything else. I feel like we also want to be looking at getting about 250 healing or magic bonus, basically. Crit, I'm not sure if we actually need to focus on crit. I kind of feel like we not drop crit, obviously having some crit chance is nice, but because everyone's got futile strikes, you kind of need a lot of crit to actually crit, don't you? So I'm kind of leaning towards we basically ignore crit chance on gear and mainly try and pick up gear that's got magic power on it. And also, as I say, we're using this now as a main hand, even for healing, just because the stat-wise, against the Knife of the Subjugator, I know the 5% chance to heal an additional 357 health over 9 seconds is quite nice when it procs, but this gives us more healing bonus in total, using the DPS version of this. I mean, we could have got the healing version of the Anathema weapon as well, but again, because we want to go more of a DPS role, this makes more sense to me. So even this, no damage, it doesn't really matter. We're mainly popping that on for the slow, which I don't know if that actually helped at all. It probably did a little bit there. And again, muscle memory, so we start remembering that we're popping this quite a lot. Yeah, we definitely lean more towards a DPS role. It's just I feel completely hopeless half the time when I get targeted, even in a 1v1 or anything like that, or if I'm caught off guard and there's only one guy DPSing me, I feel like I can't do anything but run away and heal. So I'd much rather be able to actually, maybe my heal's gonna suck, but I'd much rather be able to actually, I mean, put on some pressure. Let's get people buffed. I mean, even here, we're sitting on what? 207 healing bonus with the willpower buff. 961 willpower. Which isn't too bad. It's not too bad. I have seen as well through the sort of PvP videos, if you will, of the Zealot, or the DPS videos, again as I say, Stinks and also Sci-Fi's. Neither of them seem to, again, there's only some clips, neither of them seem to do much healing on themselves at all. It's mainly healing parts, which again goes into the whole, you can't really hybrid. I mean, obviously they cast the heal occasionally and stuff, but yeah, it's basically you're playing this class as a pure DPS class. It's like a pure caster DPS class, which also isn't really my playstyle. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to move across at least. Offhand, we still have Evil. We are using the Tyranny offhand now because I think that is better, and again, it's given us a bit more healing power and the reduction in being critically hit. However, we once again lose a bit of toughness. We've also lost a bit of armor as well. So now our armor is basically default, which is 34.9 mitigation, 1.5k, give or take. Which is kind of lacking. That's a big push. People haven't even realised we're getting pushed. Let's see what we can do here. Position's not been great. We can probably get a Resonum immediately. Oh yeah, we're gonna be killed here. It's absolutely fine, I guess. Expect at this point. So many people here. Yeah, okay. We'll release it. I don't think we're going to win that. Although we could have. I probably shouldn't have released so quick there. We didn't actually look too bad at the end. Yeah, people are getting rezzed, or they're releasing. I guess they're releasing. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, we got cleared up. Okay. I still do think we should all ping off to Badlands and push Badlands. And yet there, as I say, I feel like we actually could have wiped them. I think a few people were AFK facing the complete wrong direction and stuff like that, but yeah. One guy left up high. Have some coffee as we wait for them to regroup. It's also one of these as well when it comes to playing it like as a DPS zealot. Because obviously the role as a healer is probably just as good, if not better, than the DPS. And if I wanted to play a DPS class, I should just roll a DPS class. Just, I think with the DPS stuff, we'll probably continue on healing in a warband for quite some time. And then once we start picking up some of the next tier gear, I think that's where we'll stop joining warbands. And we'll either sort of patrol with a warband and then branch off whenever we can. They went far past you. So then try and get into some, I don't know, like low scale fights. Trying to get into some 1vx's, even through the guild, try and get up with like a 5-man team and just do that kind of a thing. Oh, sorry, a 6-man team, isn't it? 6 people in pies in this game. You should probably have strength, actually. You should also probably have in. Fine. Again, I still don't really know what buffs people actually need. Can't go wrong with initiative, but when it's like a ranged DPS class, kind of feel like, oh, these are all low levels as well. Maybe I should have given them mini. I didn't realise they were all low. 31, 23, and 31. Maybe they should have initiative instead of more int. Since if they get jumped, they'll probably die pretty quickly. We'll see. We'll see how they get on. Watching up here in case they jump down and get us. If they have a warband up there, that is. That's this one, right? No? Interesting. They've probably got a singular warband. coming from going up. We can also put pots on this, I think. And while it's low scaley stuff, I won't use any of the linears we've got. We've got loads of them now, yeah. So we'll hold off on using armor part. I kind of feel like we can grab this, right? Before they're going to get here. I'm gonna grab this and get up that cliff before we see them coming. Incoming. Do we have time, or are we gonna get caught off guard? Oh, that's where they're coming from. Okay. Ooh, that was close. Almost used a health part immediately. That was funny. Done a ritual. Has he died? Oh, just. We should be using a bigger heal there. We have the cooldown. He's been rezzed. Yeah, he's been rezzed twice. That wasn't too bad. I thought we were going to get smashed there, but didn't do too bad at all. Did we grab that? We did grab that, yeah. He died trying to rescue the guy. Monty, no. Oh yeah, he has, I think. Yeah. Oh, someone ranged hit him, broke him out of the snare. Not going for that? No? Okay. Oh, here comes a few. I don't know why he's run off. Oh, he hasn't. He's lagged again? I don't understand that. There's definitely a witch on there, knocking around. He's been here. There's the witch on there, I was waiting for him. Kind of annoying, but he saved us from that witch hunter, I guess. Might as well start using parts. We didn't need to use a part there, there's one guy on me. Oh. Oh, he's died over there, yeah. Guessing this guy's still AFK. He may not be. Oh, 19 shaman, damn. He's being roasted by that guy. And that guy. I don't understand why witch hunters don't immediately just jump into stealth when they see anybody. Some of these witch hunters, we really shouldn't be catching off guard. I don't really get it. Either they've seen us late, or they're too busy doing something else, like typing to somebody or something, I don't know. And then we should go through this portal next. Grab a box from there, and then go keep, I guess. They should be about on time to show up in a second as well, I think. I want to wait for at least one box. There it is. And now we should go portal. Oh, yeah, here we go. Makes no sense to fight two people. We should go portal in my opinion. Oh, that's been taken. Yeah, here, the play in my opinion should have been portal, take this, and then keep. I mean, it's fine, that's not what we've done, but unless they've changed it, and you can't go through the portal now with boxes, maybe? I doubt they've changed it, though. Oh, that's... He hit me from miles away. I don't think he was anywhere near me there. That's annoying. We only went back there to try and stun him and root him so everyone else could get past. That's annoying. We do have a group behind us. We'll wait for the res here, I think. Although we've just been told to go, so I'm guessing we've now just ran away. Strange plays again today. Oh, that sucks. Okay, we're just going to release them. Very strange play. And I still kind of feel like we should have just gone through Paul, come back over here. Guessing this is probably going to kill us jumping down here. Perhaps not though. Oh, that's a fall. Okay. I feel like boxes normally spawn a bit quicker. Unless we need 2 to generate in this map. No idea. Still feel like we should be heading Badlands. Although it looks like since we've gone on today, they've pumped this up to almost 3 star. I think it was on 1 star, and this was on maybe 2 star when we logged in. Give or take a star. Seems like once again, Destruction don't seem to be doing anything with the keeps. Like delivering boxes, and this doesn't like it's respawning, so we must have to have 2 of these in this zone. I think we're going to be going to Black Pass here. Yeah, we're going to do that. Let's hope we don't crash and lose some seeds. Nice. We should have probably been... Oh yeah. Oh, we should have absolutely been. Why have we not spawned at the Flight Master? Oh, it's because we used War Report. I still get really confused by these maps, and it always flies to the wrong ones.
Want something, do you?
And again, we don't seem to see their siege on the War Report. Yeah, sorry, on the State of the Realm. Which is confusing to me. I'm guessing our warband leader has crashed. I can't remember the man's name, to be fair. What are we doing? Running around doing nothing, I guess. sieging us. I don't know why we're taking this BO. We should be going to do this, right? UV incoming main. Not sure. And I doubt very much we're going to be able to get into that keep, because it looks like this keep is only a one-way entrance. Unless it's got like a little cheeky side door or something. 86% on the outer door. We'll give ourselves a res. Oh, we have a dodger side. Okay, well that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Go left over hill. Ah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I guess you could also maybe even... Oh no, maybe not on this little bit, but yeah, perfect. I accidentally did that before we read what you said, Mama. Banging. What's on? 88%. Again, I don't really understand what's going on with these guys grabbing the BOs when they're being sieged. We'll just ask them if they're coming to keep. We'll keep the res buff on us for now, I think. It's only there. Is there on the other side as well? I'm guessing there is, right? Have a quick scan, because yeah, some of these keeps I still don't really understand. Or I've not really learnt the layout of them. Yeah, there's another door on this side as well, okay. So it's just the higher level keeps that have got like a back door as well, I guess. Or some of the higher level keeps. Is there a different warband for this? We know this dude, we know this warband. Questionable plays on this dude, but better than being in a warband not being led by anybody. I'd rather do this than be in a warband with people grabbing BOs when our keeps under siege. We will drop down here. Go back inside right now. %90 on the ramp, it's not good to see. Oh, that's a good knockback. Not really sure what to do about that. I guess we just go into that door again. Body blocked. Not body blocked enough though, I guess. 19%. We should probably start to head inwards. What are we on? 15%. I'm sure all those two guys dead over here. Yeah, there is. Oh, they were hard res. Oh no, maybe not. He's not going to get a res. Now, can they pull me from this side? I guess not. What's the door on? 4%? Ooh, that's risky. Oh, that sucks. I mean, we want to res that sorcerer, but that's a bit dangerous. I wasn't expecting a witch hunter to be sat on that person. Yeah, that's a bit dangerous. And we don't want to get pulled either, or knocked back. So we're just going to go inside, I think. Again, there, as much as I'd like to be healing people and saving people. What? I've never been to this keep before. Maybe, maybe not. Let's try and do that, why not? Right, they look like they've got more numbers here than we do now. Appears to be that way. These guys are doing some work. I kind of feel like I want to join them guys. Oh, I thought it was a player. This guy should really be going for healers. I'm not really sure who he's going for currently. It looks like he's just running around going for what, a witch hunter? Yeah, going for a witch hunter. Perfect. Okay, let's stop healing him then. I mean, I feel like here we're not going to be able to defend this very well. Just because they seem to have... Well, actually, the back door's not too bad. I'd say it felt like they had a full warband at the back, but clearly not. So if anything, I'd say they've probably got like 40 people here, and we've got like 20, give or take. I know it's 24 in the warband, but yeah. For example, numbers. I hope we don't just all go upstairs and defend upstairs for no reason. I hope we actually try and defend the key dude. But running around, it doesn't kind of look like you have that many people. Crazy how much AoE damage you take in this game. Considering I'm still behind the wall, how have I almost died? What is this? No, we can't reach him. Got some coffee real quick. Probably shouldn't have jumped down into this guy. I mean, here I kind of feel like it's a good idea to have jumped down. So if people target me, it means the rest of the guys can do something, but this doesn't look good. Nope, maybe not. That's going to be a... Oh, I should be able to get a res there, that's fine. Again, I wasn't expecting them to have killed us that quickly, though, that's crazy. My res didn't go off. I'm not sure why I can't res myself. Are these guys gonna res me? Is it because I'm behind a tree they can't see me? I don't know. I guess it's because I was behind a tree, they couldn't see me. I don't know. People not looking at unit frames, I guess. That res didn't work there, so let's go back to inning. We're just going to put inning on everyone. This isn't looking good for us. For this defense, at least. Yeah, I doubt we're going to be able to defend this. Kind of unfortunate. looks like people are saying to move up the top, which is exactly what I didn't really want to be doing, but there we are. Yeah. Again, going up here doesn't make any sense to me. In terms of if we actually wanted to defend the keep. We also don't want to be knocked back, so I guess we're going to have to stand in one of these corners. This is unfortunate as well, not being able to see everybody. The majority of people are at line of sight. We also have no tanks up here. At least not in our Warhammer. But we don't want to stand this side. And we do want to keep this tank up, more so than anybody else. This Trojan, he's not in the warband, that's why I've got him selected. We can AoE heal our group. Have the tank selected so we can make sure he's not dying. I don't know where he's gone now though. Okay, well that didn't work out very well. And mainly AoE healing because we don't know where everyone is. Yeah, okay, well that's possible. I never understand the play of coming up here. I feel like it would make way more sense to defend that Lord Room. At least that way as well, we'll have the boss running around, hopefully DPSing people. I wonder how, like, I was going to say AoE DPS would work in that situation. Probably not very well. I know he's regrouping at his position, but for now, we'll just run ahead a little bit. %, I feel like we can probably do something here and defend this. They've definitely got more numbers than us, but if they don't have a massive amount of people outside defending our push, I feel like we should be able to push this. I hope we don't just go to these BOs and sit tight on these BOs. 83%. Again, I feel like we can defend that. Or at least make it take longer for them to kill it. But instead, we're going to go over here where there's probably one witch on there. Warrior priest and a witch on her. Amazing. %. I feel like this DPS is terrible. Just hit renown 62. Happy days. I don't know why we're not trying to defend this deep. This is where, to be fair, I should have spec'd a bit more DPS. Or just spec DPS. And then tried to pull a few people away from the keep. Like, why are we doing this? Or are we basically going to run around and wait for this lord to die and then try and cut people off as they come out? Which won't end well because their whole team will come out and they have more numbers than us. Whereas if we slowly go in and pick off, you know what I mean, the occasional person who's defending or trying to defend, it means we should be able to push. This is, I don't understand this. And unfortunately, being a healing build, I can't really do anything else. Other than run around with this warband and do nothing. What are we doing? 64%. This DPS is so low. What are we doing? Getting ready to push. Push where? What is this? What on earth? I feel like I'm just going to run to the keep in a minute. What's the keep? This is so boring, man. Probably not going to be able to make a difference. Probably not going to be able to do anything other than die. But I just don't understand why we're sat up there waiting for this lord to die when we could have been pushing this. I should be in this little 5-man, 6-man. hope he's not recording some sort of video. If I done any damage to that other guy. Oh, that sucks. I think he's noticed. Ooh. Oh, pick it up. There's like 4 witch hunters. Oh. And yet, we're still just sat there doing nothing, waiting for this to be killed, and then push to try and kill them as they run to the BO. I don't understand these plays at all. I'm glad we're not sat there doing nothing, that'd be so boring. We'll join this warband instead. We don't need to AoE heal, we're on our own pie. I mean, by the time this guy dies, they're gonna have so many more numbers than we are, I think. This guy. But at least these guys are actually playing the game and not stood in the corner, AFK doing nothing. Crazy. Oh, I didn't know you could get accessory with renown gain on. That's a pretty good ring, level 16 requirement, good lord. Oh, I wish you weren't running away with them though. Pop one morale 2 to start pumping out some heals and everyone turns around and runs away. What's this guy in? Oh, we can't inspect you, right? Yeah, I don't think we could. I remember you, Mr. Sacrificed. I love how we're fighting all these guys here, but we don't even have this BO. Oh, there we go. Oh. I mean, I kind of feel like we've got enough numbers here. Oh. Rock's now moving. Wonder how that warband's getting on in the corner. Well, they're about to lock out this zone. Again, I have no idea why we didn't even try and defend that keep. Or even why we're not going to the keep now to try and defend it. Or well, to recapture it, I guess, sorry. Can't defend something that's already been captured, obviously. I'm guessing this warband wiped. And this warband doesn't seem to pay attention at all. Sounds like we are now going to go keep. This seems a bit dodgy. Unless we have people already in the keep, this doesn't seem like we have the numbers to do this. Maybe we do have the numbers to do this. A tank fighting a tank. Oh no, he's on a healer. Oh, we've got witch hunters again. Good lord. We'll hold off for a second, but I doubt we're going to get a resin. Sacrifice. Pretty tanky. Should have potted there, to be fair. Yeah, okay, that's a respawn. We've got 3 on the keep. From Hubba. Got a kill farmer going on. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, hello. Amazing knockback. I hope that guy dies. Oh, he got healed. So that's a shame. Do we even have time to do this? Oh yeah, we must do it, just reset again. Yeah, we should have time to do this. We already got people there, or is that them? That's us, okay. A bit of a strange play going on in terms of when they're on the keep lord, we just gave them that, but now we're not going to let them lock the zone down. It's very strange. Very strange indeed. Of half this war by not listening. This is where this guy should be kicking everyone. They know we're going keep, so there's no point going to keep in my opinion now. It's kind of obvious, we take this and go keep, that's the play, isn't it? There are a few people behind us on the walls, I'm hoping we're going to clear these up. Up on the wall. don't want to go too far that direction, not with them three. Especially not with to shut kid up, because he always murders me. I feel like getting stuck in and being inside the keep is probably the best play. As if that almost killed me. The fall damage in this game. It would now make sense that we defend this door and this door. And it would now also make sense if in region chat, as we're doing, asking more to come to the keep. I like that guy's colours. He's looking pretty dope. That was a good play on that dude. Just running in and out. Oh, we got some dudes behind. Needs to be kind of bunched up on everyone here, I think. Oh, we got knocked back just before I heal now. I should have put myself on, what is it? The res buff, health res buff. Sucks. With the numbers we had there, I don't think that was too bad. It's a shame that half the warband wasn't at the keep with us. I don't think they were anyway. So now we're going to go tavern. I guess that's the brewery. I don't understand why they still only have one here, unless we have a warband, like, doing something there perhaps. This is going to be interesting, because we've got a lot of dudes out there to the left. But they have a full warband just outside that door. I died. Miles away, okay. Oh, we can't tab it out there. Unless they're all running around to the front door. Yeah, we've got a bunch of people we tab onto here. Just had a minor hiccup on the FPS as well, so I'm guessing we're going to have another warband incoming. Again, we can't tab on people. I wonder if that's not going to be the case. So much body blocking going on, man. Oh, they're going to have 3 now. We're going to have to leave this. We'll go here, then go keep again, probably. Oh yeah, so we definitely have a warband down there doing something. Oh, I'm stuck on a tree, that sucks. And it's strange that we care so much about not letting them grab the zone, but we didn't care at all about the Lord being killed. Our warband seems to have ignored all this and just run past it. The joys of being a tank where you can run past people, I guess. And not care, have a care in the world that you're not going to die. Because all this dude wants is this BO being taken. Which makes sense. We should probably heal that chopper. Oh, he's just died getting here, I guess. Sneaky res? Oh, he's just respawned. God damn it. Probably going to be a witch hunter here. But we'll do our bit. Because all we wanted to do is grab this BO to stop them from grabbing it. When the iron break, I didn't realise it'd seen me. Has this been locked? It's just been locked. We're in a very compromised position here. Because I doubt very much we're going to be able to get back anywhere we need to be. Go for this one. That works, I guess. Where are we here? We can just war report this, to be fair. Kind of waiting to see where other people ping off to before we war report. So I guess we'll just go back to the war camp. Easy enough. And now it looks like a bunch of people are banging out. So, well, some are banging out, some are joining, who knows. Here, we'll just quickly grab a quick 5-minute break, grab a new coffee, and then we'll continue on. I'll be right back. Cheers, everyone. And we back. Okay. Where are we heading? What country? Yeah. I don't mind Troll Country. We're going to the wrong flight path, as we always do. Fantastic. I'm so bad at this game. But as we were flying here, Troll Country, I was thinking, yeah, that's correct. That's in the north area, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Nope. Wait, do these keeps change? Oh, it looks like we're getting farmed our spawn point. That's beautiful to know. Let's head around. We'll see if we can meet up with the rest of the warband. This is where I kind of want to spec DPS now. And throw out crap heals, but DPS. We'll see how we get on here for a little bit, and then I may just change to DPS. And start slowly learning DPS, just not being good gear for it, I guess. I'm also tempted as well to drop some of the eye level in the gear and grab the Oppressor DPS set. Which will be kind of a waste of crests and also a waste of gold on Talisman. But I kind of just really want to play DPS now. Kind of bored of this healing stuff. Who's the warband leader? This guy, I guess. He doesn't actually tell us. Let's set ourselves to follow this guy. And then we'll quickly reload UI. Oh, never mind. It's told us now this guy's the leader. I don't know why we're going to their war camp. Oh, we're not. That's their PvE chapter then. That looks like a space marine. Can't expect him. Amazing. That chosen. Funny. Hey, multi-frequency, how's it going, buddy? Running around doing a bit of open world RvR. Been questionable plays again this morning, which they often are. Oh, I appreciate the follow, dude. Thank you. Oh, we're actually doing some attacking. Nice. We've not followed this guy Salamino before. Can we silence you? Didn't need to. That shaman's died. I don't know where he's died. There he is. You can't see him. There he is. Risky res, seeing as we're kind of getting destroyed here. I want to help people, but I also kind of don't want to die. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, that pull guy is so OP. We'll wait a moment because we can res ourselves. We'll see what this does with this warband. We probably do want to be heading back to the war camp to meet everyone else. So we may not take this. Yeah, I think we don't take that. And we just respawn. Start playing the game today. Ooh, we will grab that. And yeah, I'm not doing too bad. Just a lot of questionable plays in this, you know what I mean, Zerging with a warband. This is probably going to end up in another death. We'll try and line of sight behind this tree. We want to save this guy, but again, I don't think we can, because we'll get killed by doing so. Yeah, okay. Did you go order or destruction, Molly? And tier 1 in this game, like levels 1 to 15, is so fun. In fact, when I discussed like being a DPS class on this Zealot, again, we kind of want to main the Zealot. We don't want to have to roll outs to be DPS. But that may be something we actually do. And just start to roll DPS class. I feel like in large scale PvP, like this warband stuff, I don't think rolling DPS is a good idea, even if we had good DPS gear. Because we make much more of an impact being healing. And actually keeping the team alive. And to be honest, I kind of find it difficult to even find small scale PvP in this game. Just because it is so zergy in the open world tier 2+. This is a bad play because they've got a warband right next to us. So I'm not going to dismount just yet. Because I'm expecting another warband to appear from behind and kill us all. And we don't need to be that close to the flag to capture this because we're still in range. But I am expecting people to come from behind here. He is as well, by the way, he's turning around and looking. Which is good to see, because normally we see the warband leader just facing the enemies and not... Again, they could be left click spinning around, I guess. He must know something I don't know. It looks like we're just going to grab this and leave. Which I guess locks down a small group of them to recapture it. Is he going to... oh, he just died, good lord. Again, the play here is so bizarre. We cap it, we just leave. And then if people are caught off guard, there's no like saving people, there's no like looking after your own, it's just run away. We should be fine to mount behind this rock. I'm also expecting like witch hunters to be around as well, picking off me specifically, because I'm on obviously the stray here. Sucks. Did we get that off? Yeah, we did, okay. A bit of a lag there. It looked like I cancelled that cast before I actually cast. And as I say, questionable plays, because once again, we don't seem to be like grabbing boxes. We don't seem to be... Well, I guess we are leveling up the keep. It's probably because we have a warband. just running boxes here, whilst the rest of us run around. I mean, good lord. With a warband doing that. And I guess we're heading all the way to the east. How many warbands do we have currently? We've got 3 warbands, not 4 as well. As I say, we've never followed this guy before. We've followed this guy. No, I don't think we have actually, because the Marauder. And then Kimrak, as I say, as good as the warband leading is, a lot of questionable plays. So we'll stick in this warband for the time being, but we may bang out to this one soon. See what that's like. See what that dude's all about. Did we buff him? We should really give them all any, but we'll give these int buff for now. Good lord, that DPS is insane. What? So like he 3-hit me. What is that damage? Going for 2k? What? And we don't seem to be getting a res off anybody. So that's cool. There we go. I didn't think we'd die that quick to that guy. That's insane DPS. Is he being rezzed? He's being rezzed. I know we're not as tanky as we were, but good lord, I didn't think we'd get 3-hit by a Shadow Warrior. They normally suck. That guy's DPS was crazy. Another reason why playing as this class is a bit dodgy. We should definitely pot here as well, to be fair. That one guy is basically going to take this back off us now. But we have got 2 boxes in the process, so that we have a 2-star keep. This again is where it sucks, because nobody will come back and save me. It is very much a, oh, if you're in the wrong bit, then sorry, you're dead. Oh, we've got 3 guys ganking me as well, brilliant. We line of sight about some trees. Silence. Oh, and 2 witch hunters as well, fantastic. Okay. Warbands just ran off and doing what they're doing, okay, cool. Probably should have waited to pot and been, well, potted with the warband on top of me. Because again, if you're a straggler in this, apparently nobody gives a shit. Warband's doing what the warband's doing. You're in the wrong bit, sorry, you're dead. You're not in the Zerg, you're on your own. Why are these people following? With oh, it's because our keep's this one now. Yeah, I'm sure. I didn't realise the keeps changed places, but I'm sure the keeps have changed. Oh, that's normally our keep, whenever we've come in before. I guess it makes it fair? because like on this, with the BO being so close to the the keep, you can level up the keep a lot quicker. I guess it makes sense that, because this will be unfair, that the keeps would switch every now and then. Not really sure. I haven't noticed keeps changing, I don't think. Or maybe I have, and I've just been thinking to myself, like, oh, is that keep changed? And not really mentioned it, but yeah. While these guys go and deliver, we should wait for them, and then we should push the BO. Push this would make sense. Still have a wounds debuff, so we'll die pretty quickly. We're going to go push that BO. Yep. Would make sense too. Okay. I guess we're standing around here, so if they approach, they don't see us all here. Unless, of course, they have a stealth dude running around. Maybe we'll make a witch elf soon, actually. I wonder. Although still probably quite squishy. I'll go with this guy because he's level 21. This is a witch hunter, he'll die in 2 hits. Fine. Let's have some coffee as we sit here. We're back on. Is it one guy? I'm guessing he's scouting. Or doing some low level stuff. I say low level stuff. Could be doing some PvE. He's just there. We could just mouse over him. There he is. I mean, I don't know what his plan is here. Good for you, man. Got a couple of lobies there. I think the other guy was a low level slayer, maybe. Like I can still hear a dwarf mount. And that's interesting that here you can drop into the BO, because elsewhere we've seen just invisible walls, so you can't just drop into BOs. But here it seems that's fine, you can just drop in, okay. And with this being a 2-star versus a 0-star, again, they probably have more people. Well, I mean, it's meant to be a fair fight, to be fair. I don't know why we haven't just immediately grabbed a ram. How have we just lost this? Oh, 2 witch hunters, I see. I don't think we need to save my life. Both low levels, both 16. Oh, so this is gotta suck. Because again, they've just left tier 1. And now their experience of tier 2 plus is what? What kind of gear these guys got? That's not too bad, Conqueror stuff. Just 39. This guy's in basically best in slot, I think. Well, maybe not. I don't know. You can't expect him. Yeah, soft gear. Do you know what I mean? Like those 2 witch hunters and the Ironbreaker. I didn't see what the level of the Slayer was, to be fair. But they've basically left tier 1. They've just inked 16. They've probably got the keeper set. Oh, let's try our luck in open world RvR. And then I've gone against someone like this, who's clearly, do you know what I mean, pretty much best in slot. Well, I mean, gens could be replaced, I guess. But still, like, he's basically renown 80. Crazy. But it's okay, you get bolstered to 41. Or possibly even 43, I can't remember. Didn't do them much good, I don't think. Here we're kind of at the back, which is worrying. On being hit, 10% chance to detaunt target. That's kind of good. Crazy. I guess that's because they're quite squishy, sorcerers. I'm guessing that proc also works the same way detaunt does. So as soon as you damage him, it removes it. And I'm guessing sorcerers have dots, so that's kind of pointless. Yeah, a little bit confused as to why we're not sieging yet. I think at the end of last week, possibly Monday, start of this week, when Order in this situation, oh, we're on top of the area, aren't we? It's on top of the BO. Yeah, when there was Order in this situation, as soon as Order deemed 2 start, they'd just grab a siege and just smash us. Whereas here, it seems to be that we're in a good place to siege, and we're not sieging. Unless they clearly have more numbers than we do, I don't know. This is an interesting play, because I'm pretty sure we've just heard the other warband die. As in our warband die. So for us to now rush in late to help out, I don't think this is the play. It also doesn't look like this guy knows the route here. I wonder if this guy's new at leading warbands. Oh no, we did win this. Or we're still in the process of winning, I guess. Where's this guy on? And then he's just joined, so that's why he's not near us, the buff. Oh, and our warband leader's AFK for 2 minutes, brilliant. Oh, let's have some coffee real quick. Oh, he's back. That was a quick 2 minutes. I don't think he understands that we're trying to hide. He doesn't need to be there. I mean, this doesn't help. Let's hide behind the corner, and then let's have a few people just stand there, so it's obvious what we're doing. Have we moved groups? I don't know why he's moved 2 zealots in the same party. It is what it is, I guess. We're body blocks, we can't even get to this guy to heal him. Just gonna AoE spam this way. Again, I'm not sure why we're not sieging this. Man is very brave. The order has to be stopped. Is that why we're not sieging? It always confuses me when we don't siege. When we're in a good position to siege. Well, that sucks. No, I'm only 62 renown. Only 62 doom. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, doing alright, man. How about yourself? We're slowly getting there. Slowly. I don't think he's seen what's happening. We saw that very late. I mean, at the moment, it looks like Order's got a lot more people here than we do. But I don't think they do. I think we're about the same. We've currently got 3 almost full warbands. We're in the one that isn't full. And they definitely have about the same amount of warbands as we do, I think. But it just, in terms of the sieging and stuff, to me it just seems like, I mean, I hate to say the whole, if we all just ball on top of each other with a siege and push, I feel like if we've got the same amount of numbers, we should be able to siege fine. And it shouldn't be all this waiting around doing nothing stuff. Again, I could be wrong, as I say. And the play of basically just sitting multiple warbands on top of each other is not a good play at all. Or not very enjoyment. I mean, enjoyment definitely decreases the more warbands you stack on top of each other. Get everyone healed up. I guess we're leaving this. We want to save whoever just died there, or whoever got DPS there, but again, we've seen this happen too many times today in this warband, where they just leave me to die, because I'm a straggler. And yeah, Ramek, yeah, no, Doom's a regular in the chat, man. He's, as he says himself, yeah. Just teasing. Probably not doing your PV set yet, BS, etc. I haven't done BS for the Bloodlord stuff yet, no. And at the moment, gear-wise, we've gone with 6-piece Vank. Offhand, we've gone Tyranny. And then main hand, we're currently using Anathema. I know it's the DPS version, but because obviously Harbinger have changed / Doom, this, in my opinion, is better than using the Subjugator off main hand. We do lose the 5% chance for 8x, but I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, and I feel like this is better in terms of the actual... are we still in Harbinger? Oh, we are, I didn't realise. The healing bonus being like 219, give or take. We can push that up a bit higher as well, with the Wisdom buff. Again, I could be doing all that wrong, but it is what it is. We've lost a lot of defense as well. We do have a pot on at the moment, which is why our defense is 2.2k almost. But we're sitting around, I think, a 34% mitigation without pots, which is kind of bad. Especially, obviously, when we're using the 3-piece Scent, Bale Walker, and Beast Lord. We felt a lot more tanky there. We've lost some wounds as well. But yeah, overall, we're slowly getting some upgrades. Our heals are better. I'm in the wrong hotkeys. I'm too busy chatting. For the... Well, to be honest, we were talking to Stink, who plays the DPS Zealot, and he recommended highly that we go 6-piece bank for the... Well, the 6-piece set bonus, 5% chance to reduce build times by 25%. Tactic-wise as well, we're also playing around with this morale tactic. So every time we critically heal, we gain 75 morale. So we can basically get to morale 2 pretty quickly. And then with this partnered up with the Vank 6-piece, it means our AoE heal is on like a second cast. Which has played out very, very nicely for when we've needed it in warband play. So at the moment, I think the Vanquisher stuff, for warbands, especially if we have good positioning, I think this is better for warband healing. However, we have noticed that we're a lot more squishy than we were before. Obviously, going Bale Walker made us a lot more tanky, I think. And then obviously, because we're not using any Bale Walker, we've gone back to 2-piece Gen. Just for the set bonus. Oh, this has lost its 4% critical healing thing on it. That's fine. We'll do that in a minute. The enjoyment stops once you hit scenarios while leveling. The order dominates these, or those, sorry. Basically, if you are Destro, you are losing all the time. That's only, for my experience, that only applies at 40. Destruction, doing scenarios. I mean, we didn't do many scenarios, to be fair, because we just did the open world RvR as soon as we did 16. Wow, give or take. We obviously grinded some PvE public quests and did some other bits and pieces from, I think, 16 to about 20. And then from 20 onwards, all we've done is open world RvR with warbands and stuff like that, doing keeps, doing fortresses. Occasionally we jump into some scenarios. Scenarios at 40 are the most outrageous things I've ever experienced in a computer game, where nobody... Well, we discussed this loads, but yeah, the scenarios at 40 are horrendous if you're not in a pre-made. And even then, some of the pre-mades suck, where they don't understand the objective, they're just farming kills, but we understand why that is the play it is. But no, going from, dare I say, you know, mid-30s to 40, doing scenarios and destruction, we won every single game, give or take. I think there was like 1 or 2 games we didn't win, otherwise destruction were absolutely dominating order. At least for the day we did it, because we leveled pretty quickly in that day. Sounds good. Well, not healing main, so good you found someone really good at Zell help. Yeah, no, Stinks, to be fair, we clocked him in, I'm pretty sure it was in this zone, just outside the spawn point of Osland the other week. And he was sort of 1v3ing people. And I did say at the time, oh, I don't want to get involved and help this guy, because I reckon he's recording a video. Turns out he was recording a video. Yeah, he's popped it on the forums, to be fair. I'm pretty certain that is the clip, the second to last clip in his video as well. You get to see me running around on my mount, not getting involved. Then we had a few other people in chat who were helping us out as well with gear. Weapons and all that sort of stuff, which is why we've gone with the Anathema main hand. Because when we do go over to sort of a DPS-y role, this will be a good main hand for us. And then probably aim for the Bloodlord. Is it Bloodlord? From BS as an offhand. But again, we're still unsure if we want to play DPS on this class. I'd like to, just to have that experience. But I feel like maybe in like 1v3s, maybe 1v4s. As long as I can kite, that might be doable when we're obviously higher gear and better gear, etc. But because this is so open, not open, because the open RvR is so, do you know what I mean, group versus group, I don't think it makes sense for me to play DPS class on the Zealot. or trying DPS. I mean, it's more for my fun, more than actually, like, do you know what I mean, min-maxing the class. Bro's getting out of hand 1v4s. Well, that's it. I mean, obviously, if I was we're higher in arm rank in full Sov gear or whatever, full Sov and Victorious. Is it Victorious? No, it's Triumphant, isn't it? Maybe we could play around with stuff like that and get in some good fights. But I think at the current gear level we're in, we just don't have the gear. Most classes are lucky when they win a 1v1. Yeah, okay, you're maybe not 1v4s. We can dream, right? We can dream. And Robert, you had the opposite experience. From 25 to 30, we lost almost every single scenario. Did you do that in within like a day or two? Because I do feel like it really depends on who's online. Do you know what I mean? It depends on the day you're doing it. For the scenario queues, because we have experienced this as well, as I say, at 40. Some games, I think yesterday, no, not yesterday, day off yesterday, on Monday we jumped into a bunch of scenarios, and we were winning 500-0 for most of them, and then I think the one we ended on, I think it was only like a 4v4 or something. I don't think we got many points in that one at all. It was kind of disappointing to end on. Yeah, it's very, it can flip very quickly. And I guess if you're in a pre-made, where people are even on Discord, or they know each other, or they just understand how the game functions, and you're mainly focusing on objectives over killing blows for the Warcrests, I guess it can be a different experience. I think as well, if you are getting into scenarios where you're getting dominated, give the queue like 5 minutes and then start to queue again, because you may just be in like a bad queue time frame, where, say for example, we've got 2 teams and they've, well, I don't know, let's say there's 10 teams on each, or 10 full scenario teams on each side. You could just be going against the same like 3 teams that are pre-mades. I mean, that used to be how it worked, because again, I don't think in this game there's any matchmaking, or MMR, is it? Matchmaking rating? Really comes down to what you play, and if you spend effort in getting a good 6-man going. Yeah, you're basically covering what I've just said, Doom, I think. Probably going into a bit more detail, though. Doing on a chopper, starting Friday, level 16, reaching 40 mid-Sunday by solo secure. Ooh, that's interesting. 80 to 90% win rate. Really comes down to what you do. Yeah, and again, it depends on the day as well. And time zone and everything else. Yeah. We should be buffing people, but we'll do it in a minute. We'll give everyone a knee again. And I'll also take a knee, which now should put us above, what, 230? Oh, 207. Oh, that only gives us 8 more healing bonus. Okay. Couldn't have placed that there if we're pushing in. It might be alright for a minute. Can't see that guy, can't see that guy. This is where it sucks. So we're just going to AoE heal here. Can't see him either, he just died. Can't see the target apparently, even though I can, that's weird. He's already been res. Kind of body blocks here as well. Different if you've got a full party of people that are twinking and know the game, or if they get brand new players, which is almost nothing. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, isn't it? Oh, we're getting attacked from behind here. If you've got people, as you say, good gear, know how the game plays, know mechanics, understand what classes can do, and they've got good knowledge of the game, you're definitely going to be able to do better in scenarios than solo queuing against people who have no idea what's going on. He's probably going to die before we heal him. No. Bad time to morale 2, we'll do it. Bad positioning on my half here as well. Oh, that shield saved us for just a second. Again, questionable play. I mean, it wasn't too bad. We didn't know how many people they'd have inside here, I guess. And they don't look like, unless they've got more waiting, that kind of looked almost even. Underestimated the numbers. I mean, I think that's fine. We didn't do too bad there. The body blocking didn't help, and people running in didn't help there. We should have let them come to us, I think. There he is up there, okay. And again, as I say, I don't know this this player who's leading this warband. I don't think we've ever been in one of these warbands with him before. I'm not sure if he's new at leading them or not. I'm quite happy to be under his lead though for this. Is this bugged? I mean, he's apparently still over there. We seem to be following the wrong warband leader, or is my UI bugged? I think they're just coming back here because we died there. Yeah, tactic-wise, we'll set ourselves to follow this guy. Same 3 tactics I think we've been using for a while. Critical heals Bless for 25% more healing, or Blessing of Chaos. Discipline for willpower, just because of the healer patch changes, so we need more willpower now. I can't actually pronounce that. Zinch's grip, I don't. 25% chance to create a shield, that's obviously the tactic we're using, and then we've also gone with the morale. Again, we're playing around with this morale one, we can always drop this for something else. We were using the cordial, giving armor buff, but we looked how much armor it's actually giving us, and it's not giving us the correct percentage of the tooltip it says. And I think that's because we use armor potions now. So the tooltip reckons you get 1,000 armor, but you don't, you get like 250 I think, or 300. So I don't know if that's a case of, depending on your current armor value rating, it gives you a percentage of this or something, I'm not sure. Obviously it would also give us some extra mitigation, or armor pen mitigation I think. But as I say, with this, the morale, that's just boosting us straight into morale 2 immediately basically, after we crit like 3 times. We do run out of AP occasionally, yeah. If we know we're doing like a fort or a keep defense, we will drop the morale tactic and we'll go with the restorative burst, I think it's called, which every time we crit heal, I think, we get AP back. So when we know we're going to be stood there spamming, yeah, we switch that tactic out, the morale one. But in like a warband push, because things are so 1 minute we could be fine, the next, you know what I mean, like even here they could just be pushing us with a warband. I feel like grabbing that morale 2 is quite good. Or sorry, having the morale tactic just to boost us into morale 2 pretty quickly is quite nice. And then we can also spam the Elixir of Dark Blessing, which is a 2-second cast. I think this reduces it to about a 1.8, 1.6 maybe, when both morale 2 and the Vanquisher set proc. Again, stuff we're kind of playing around with at the moment, whilst we wait to, I mean, the plan was to then start going DPS gear. I mean, here, we're kind of alright, I think, at the moment. I don't know why we're pushing these guys. We just cancelled that. That's my bad. We'll get a quick res on him, it's fine. I don't know why I selected the other guy. If we hadn't have cancelled that heal, we would have been able to keep him up, I think. Because again, popping morale 2. This guy's not in the warband. Got to be careful about positioning. Didn't need to do that on him, he's taking damage. So Talisman, because of the changes to the willpower, I mean again, we are very squishy because of the gear changes regardless, but we've actually opted in for willpower. We've only bought the plus 19 willpower ones as well. So the Vanquisher gear we're using, we've gone full willpower. Wounds in main hand, willpower 23 in the offhand, because I think this is basically best in slot healing item, or healing offhand. Is that one of our warbands or one of theirs? Don't know, we got stuck on a pole. And to be fair, we did notice our heals became a bit sucky with the willpower changes. I mean, who's to say that when the Rune Priest and Zealot patch, I guess, because that's meant to be coming in a week or so, to change off some of the rituals and stuff like that, that may once again change everything on the class. But we didn't want to spend too much money on grabbing high value willpower talismans, like 23, 24 or whatever, just because again this gear is going to get replaced anyway, the Vanquish and stuff. But at the moment, I mean, again, in a warband setting, as long as we position ourselves quite nicely, I think willpower is probably better for talisman. Unless you are over the, I think it's what, 1024 or 1028 like soft cap for your stat. If you've hit that without willpower talisman, I guess I wouldn't socket any willpower talisman. I'd probably go with armor or wounds, to be fair. Again, I still don't know if wounds or armor is better. And I've read a bunch of forum posts that apparently it's a big, it's a very, well, like drawn out debate, as it were, where a bunch of people swear by wounds, a bunch of people swear by armor, and it's a bit of a, I mean, they're both about the same, I think. We're not following the warband, are we? No, we're not. Could be China way. I mean, obviously with armor, you're obviously only going versus physical damage, aren't you? Whereas wounds is basically EHP or effective HP. Are we above this now? Yeah, okay. Whereas, yeah, wounds is basically effective HP against everything. Whereas, as I say, armor is just physical. So, in my opinion, again, I don't know because I'm new. But my opinion would be wounds would be better than armor. Just because, again, it's the whole, well, EHP value, isn't it? I'm not sure why we're sat on top of this. Wasn't really paying attention, to be fair. I guess we're doing lookout, but it's obvious that we're stood up here, so I don't I don't really know. And I guess at this point, Order have more people here than we do. So if we had a certain time frame to siege, we've now lost that time frame because we're even before. Apparently, according to the state of the realm, which I do think is very bugged and not working properly at all, but yeah. We've moved party again, so we need to rebuff everyone when we stop. I was hoping they were about to run for the keep, that would have been nice. I don't know why we're so invested in holding crypt. So we've arrived too early, which now means they're not going to push the crypt, and we're not going to get a flank on them, I guess. And again, if we're trying to be stealthy, I mean, brilliant. Right, I'm just gonna have some coffee as we sit here for 5 minutes, I guess. Oh, that's a lot of pillars. So that looks to me like they have all their warbands on top of each other. Whereas we do not. I shouldn't have dropped down, I don't think. Although I guess we're running in, so I will go in. No, I won't. That looks like certain death. We can AoE heal this team through the wall. So we're kind of in a good spot. But running in there would have been absolute certain death. We're getting stuck on the floor. It's a shame that only this guy needs healing in the team. Can't see him. Can't see him either. Are we still taking damage? I guess we're not running in here to cap it. Fine, I guess. Well, I would say for like the past hour, we've basically just been running around BO to BO to BO, and we haven't leveled up the key once since it hit 2-star. I feel like we started to, and now it's lost that supply, I guess. Well, no, we want to res him. We wanted to heal that guy, but he's been pulled. And again, it's the mentality of everyone just runs away. Now we're starting to ball up, which is, if I'm not mistaken, what I said absolutely ages ago. If they're balling up, why don't we just ball up and grab a siege? This makes sense that that's how we play this game, right? Go for Indy. I think that works a treat. Yeah, we have been keeping our eyes peeled for a, what is it, Bastion Star, I think? Or something like that, for the Dungeon BS. To start getting the influence for the Bloodlord offhand. But yeah, we've just not seen it pop. And I'm expecting that to be because of the event that's going on at the moment. Well, the only dungeon that we're really seeing is obviously BB Gunbad. and Hunter's Vale. So here it looks like that we're all, well, the warbands are talking amongst themselves, and they're basically saying that we need to get to the keep soon to defend, because they're going to grab a siege as 2-star. Why did we not do this like an hour ago? Very confusing. Seems to be the Order are a lot more organised than Destruction today, which is a very rare sight. I feel like that was the case on the weekend as well, or possibly the Monday just gone. One of the last streams we did. To say, Order seemed to just go to a zone, 2-star, insta-siege, win the siege, next zone, 2-star, insta-siege. Whereas we seem to be going to a zone, slowly getting a 2-star, and then we run around the zone for an hour. As a low level, when focusing on gems for a healer, should you be getting willpower for more healing? Focus on more tank-like wounds, armor, or initiative, or whatever it's called. Because of the healer patch that hit us a couple of weeks back, or maybe 2 weeks back, I can't actually remember now. We've not played a low-level healer now with the new changes to willpower, but my understanding is the willpower changes have made all of the low-level healings awful, because they no longer they scale better the higher your willpower is. If you find yourself being kind of out of position a lot and focused quite a lot, and you seem to die quite easily, I would probably focus on wounds over anything else. But if you don't seem to be dying that bad or that quickly, I guess if you do get focused, I would then go willpower. Or you could sort of mix and match, I guess. Perhaps go wounds on your main hand and offhand, and then willpower the rest of your gear. We didn't do very well there. I don't like all these trees blocking line of sight. I can't see where people died, and this big hill's in the way. I guess you could also do it where, for example, put wounds in your weapons, see how you get along for a little bit. If you do still find yourself dying quite a lot, oh, we out of place here, so now we're gonna get killed. Yeah, there's, oh, I guess we got flanked up there as well, I'm not paying attention. That's alright. Yeah, you could also do it where you don't socket your armor to start off with willpower talisman, and you just do wounds in your weapons, see how you get on for like a couple of scenarios or a couple of bits and pieces in PvP. And again, if you don't seem to be dying that badly, then commit to willpower in all your gear. But if you're still dying quite a lot, or you don't have a good enough like wounds threshold with just your weapons with wounds, it may be worth to put in, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, wounds in your helmet, your shoulders, and maybe your chest. And then willpower in these two. Your gloves and your boots, perhaps. I'm not really sure when it comes to low level now, because we played prior to the healer patch dropping, so our heals were pretty good. And I think as we leveled, we either would have gone with willpower talisman, because we didn't know what we were doing, or wounds talisman, to be fair, for that bigger HP pool. But as I say, if you do find yourself focused a bit, if you're like out of position, like I've just been there, and you die really quickly, I'd probably go for more wounds for everything else. Just depends how bad the heals now are lower level. I guess you could also test it as well. I don't know what level you get discipline for 160 willpower tactic. I mean, you're not going to hit 160 willpower by just socketing, do you know what I mean, like lowish level, like say level 9, plus 19 willpower tallies, because I think they're level 32. I mean, in total, I guess you could probably hit 80 willpower with talisman across your gear. So you could technically, if you have discipline as a tactic, you could pop this in, heal, see what your flash of chaos is like, or your heals, see what any of your heals are like in terms of an extra 160 willpower, and then take that off, heal, see what you like with the 160 less willpower, and then try and kind of work out, because you'll be able to kind of hit what, like 80 willpower, as I say, with Talisman maybe. And if that's the case, and you only heal for like 20 more, I'd go wounds all the way. But if it means like your heal goes from say 300 to like 600 with an extra 80 willpower, oh, I'd 100% I'd go willpower. It all depends on how much of a gain you're actually getting low level for heals. Because it sounds like if you're not under a certain like threshold, the heals are going to be crap. It doesn't really matter how much willpower you've got. We're going to die again because we're out of position, I guess, now. Saw that Slayer coming, that's fine. We're going to be out of position, aren't we, always? This is what sucks as a healer. We're just going to stand and die here. Because we're trying to heal these couple of people that are in combat, the rest of the warband just legs it, and then we end up getting killed. It's so frustrating, mate. This is why I want to play DPS, not healer anymore. Open world, but it's just annoying, it's frustrating. I appreciate we're out of position, but it's basically we sacrifice some of the team members and just let them die, or we try and heal them. And at this point, I feel like we just let people die, because if they're out of position, me healing them means I'm out of position, which means we all die. Frustrating. Healing hasn't been bad, at least for yourself. You've been using +11, +12 on all gear, and initiative on weapons for the parry chance, but you're saying wounds is better for defense. For your renown points, again, it depends what level you are and stuff. For your renown points, if you spend them on futile strikes, which reduces the chance to be critically hit, I believe, again, people in chat might tell you differently, as long as your chance to be critically hit is 0%, or below 0%, like minus 6.3%. I don't think you need it minus, I think 0% is fine. Again, depends on, well, I don't know, to be fair, I'm being honest. I've been told contradictory things where just getting this onto 0.0% is the aim, and if you get it lower than that, I mean, I guess that's good. You also obviously have at some point, oh wait, you might not be playing as Zealot. That was the Defend the Keep quest that just got abandoned. They're rushing us, so we're just going to run away. Yeah, as long as your initiative hits you on to minus 0.0, oh sorry, 0.0% to be critically hit, then I don't think you need initiative talisman, personally. And I would say wounds is better. Again, I'm fairly new myself, so pinch of salt with some of that stuff. What are we on? 9 days, 15 hours on this character total played. But yeah, as I say, because... Oh, you're mainly a Doc and a Zealot. Oh yes, sorry, so with Zealot then, yeah, you'll eventually get this buff, which gives you an additional 50 initiative and willpower. So if we cancel that, we're on a 3.8% chance. With the initiative and willpower buff, we go to 6.3%. So taking that into consideration, because generally speaking, we always have this mark on us, because it's willpower and we're obviously healing. Are they now going to siege us? Probably, which is why we're heading to the keep. But yeah, generally speaking, as long as you've got a 0.0% chance to be critically hit, if you can get it lower, as I say, I think that's good. But as long as it's 0.0, I think you're fine to not put Talisman into initiative. I think that used to be a big play. I guess it depends as well in terms of what you're doing as a low level. If you're just running scenarios and stuff like that, you're probably fine. But doing open world stuff where you go against soft geared people is a little bit of a different story. I mean, earlier, when we were down here, a Shadow Warrior 3 hit us and crit us for 1.9k or 1.8k. In that scenario, it would be like, well, maybe we should have gone Initiative Gems or Talisman. But I guess also you have to think of like initiative, chance to be crit, and wounds as effective health, essentially. If you're running with, say you go against somebody who has no crit chance, and they're basically just very high on like magic damage or magic power, or just attack power, or strength, I guess. I don't know what you call attack power in this game. I guess strength, so you deal more damage, or auto attack is plus damage. If they're not going to crit you and you've gone full initiative talisman, fair enough, you'll have a bit more parry chance against melee and a bit more dodge chance against range, but that's essentially going to do 0 to someone who's not got high crit chance. So the effective health of that lowers, whereas wounds is going to be good versus everything, because everything deals damage. That's my thought process, at least. Your max is 29 with 41 renown. Basically only running scenarios. Almost have all Destro to level 16 except DPS on some 2 tanks. Yeah, that's something we want to be doing as well at some point. Leveling all the characters up. Or classes, just so we understand what each of the classes can actually perform and do. But yeah, when it comes to Talisman, I would go more wounds if your healing isn't that bad. Or you don't think that your healing's that bad. If you do feel that your heals are they're a bit lackluster, then I'd go willpower. But before I would go willpower, as I say, I'd make sure you have discipline as a tactic, and check with and without discipline, just to see how much 160 willpower would net you, and then think about possibly putting willpower in your gear, because you're not going to hit 160 willpower if you talisman everything with willpower. But that's a good indication of sort of how much more healing you're going to get if you half the amount, I guess. I tried all classes on Destro as your Horde for Life. Yeah, same. And the first class I made on Vanilla WoW on launch was a Paladin. Soon realised that mistake, and instantly went back to Horde, or went to Horde and stayed there. I got tricked with a DPS Paladin, I swear. There's also a big debate, I say a big debate, I think there's been a massive debate over the course of years and stuff in terms of, is Wounds Talisman better than Armor Talisman? And again, the way I look at this, because we were running, well, not these 2 pieces of gear, but we were running armor in every one of our talisman, I think. 106 armor, except the cloak, which is 136, just because we were aware we were going to be using the Beast Lord set for a while. But again, this is only versus physical damage. I don't have the knowledge to know every class's ability damage type. So again, the way my brain processes this is, if we go armor in all talisman slots, for example, we're only mitigating, say, 50% of the classes, because the other 50% are using magical damage, and getting Armor Talisman doesn't give us more effective HP than Wounds, whereas Wounds is everything. I guess there becomes a break point in how much wounds you need, or how much wounds you want, because eventually we're going to hit a soft cap, which I think is 1028, or 1024, something around that number. And we're nowhere near that, so technically we could just put wounds in all of our gear. And again, going for the whole effective HP as opposed to just, you know what I mean, how much more survivability something's going to give us. Yeah. Are we upstairs here? We're upstairs. Not that it matters, because I can AoE heal through walls. Here, we no longer need morale, so I need to get out of combat. That was a mistake. I'll wait for me to get out of combat here. Did the same making a druid and got scammed since we actually started war at the end of Burning Crusade. Ooh, the end of Burning Crusade. Oh, if my memory serves correctly, Season 3 of the Arena in Burning Crusade. Resto Druid, Arms Warrior. Oh, the domination. They were the good old memories. They were. 10 seconds and we're out of combat unless this guy hits me. So here we want to put on this ability and take off the morale ability. We don't need to gain quicker morale. He died up there? Oh, he's been res, that's fine. We need to be pre-buffing people. Oh, there's a loose head now apparently. And then we need to be spam healing through the door. This is where us having morale 2 would be actually beneficial, but we do have 1.9 set cast because the Vanquisher gear is procced. Even the shaman's getting stuck in. Damn. I'm gonna be hotting all these guys up as well. The best we can before they all run outside. What's the door on? 85%. There comes a time when you can't go through this door, I'm pretty certain. Can we get that off? Good. We're out of AP. We'll go into a ritual. And then we'll spam AoE again, hopefully. The quicker AP's filling up with all these buffs, good lord. And then Death Knights came out. Me and my boy ran Rest of the Group Frost DK. Mate, I remember when the DK came out. Oh, that was good times in Lich King. I think that the first WSG at 79? I can't remember what gear we had at 79. But we got that, what was it, Wrecking Ball achievement, where you get 30 killing blows. In the first mate, DKs were so OP when they came out. So overpowered. We may have run Blood actually, saying that. Because they just had insane... They had an ability that hit like a truck. Then they also had so much regain and so much lifesteal that it just made it stupidly easy. Yeah, that was a class where you could easily like 1v4 people. What's the RAM on? Doesn't tell us that there's a RAM on the screen still. That's definitely still broken. Can't see you, but we can heal you through the wall, right? Yeah. Wherever you are. Can we tab onto the RAM? Is it 100%? 91%? Oof, good lord. I thought we'd be doing a bit better than that. Not sure why you've taken damage. Oh, because he's going outside, he's getting stuck in, bless him. It looks like our guys aren't doing this, except this one player. Oh no, we got this guy as well. Of course we got this guy as well, he's the Warlong leader. What's the door on 52? I guess we can't do that after it hits 50%, I could be wrong. We'll go upstairs. Remember vividly when RAF came out. When we were joining some of the top guilds to do raids early to get gear. Me and him went back to the went back and duoed all the classic and building. Oh yeah, when I know that me and a few people, we definitely went back and did Naxxramas before it got removed and became a Lich King raid. I think it was a Lich King raid, right? Obviously it was a vanilla raid first, but yeah. We went back and smashed that at 70. Because that's the only raid I think I never actually experienced in vanilla. Just because it was, well, I don't know why, to be fair. Wasn't in a good enough guild back then, I guess. Ooh, that guy's died, I couldn't click him. I'm pretty sure as well some of the a bunch of guilds got banned for exploiting Naxxramas, right? Back in vanilla, where you could just fall through the floor and skip half the dungeon or something. That happened in quite a few dungeons, actually, saying that, or a few of the raids, sorry. Oh, because maximum 1,000 gold every time we logged in. Ooh, yeah, that sounds like a decent moneymaker. It's kind of fun as well, going back and smashing through old content, where you're like not a worry in the world of dying. I mean, I don't know why we ended up doing stuff like this, but me and Me and a guy from Ireland who used to play a resto druid, and I used to play an arms warrior, or just a warrior to be fair. We would often go AQ20 and just farm AQ20 as a duo. Not the bosses, and this is obviously at 60 in vanilla. We just go farm trash as a 2-man. Because druids were so OP in vanilla. Well, they had their moments, like rooting somebody, or rooting an enemy, just stays rooted basically forever. They had so much control in CC, they were so good. And then with Innovate as well. Was it Innovate? Mana regen, 50-minute cooldown, can't remember. Something like that, we never used it. We like the experience of just going through and smashing all content. As long as you don't mess up, you don't die. Yeah, that's it, yeah. That's something that, as I say, yeah, I'm quite happy to do stuff like that. It's just fun. I mean, even on this character, Christ, we didn't want to get too much experience, so we didn't do any scenarios, we didn't do any, like, PvE, really, after, like, 2022. But if we were bored at, like, 30, we would go back to the public quest stuff. We went to, like, Greenskin, and we did Chapter 1 to get this influence bar up, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, whatever. We would go back into the previous zones and just grind out the public quests as like a level 30, killing level 6 mobs. And surprisingly, you make quite a lot of money doing that in this game because of the amount of green trash you get and the amount of dyes you pick up. It all vendors, it all sells, make a nice tasty amount of gold doing that. I mean, obviously you could probably go to a higher level zone and do the exact same thing and make more money per hour, but again, I'm not really fussed about min-maxing. Where's this guy down? Above us. Top, I guess? I got you, friend. Don't know how you died up here, there must be a witch hunter. Oh, he's already been rezzed, okay. I'm not really paying attention to this at all. What's it on? 5%. Ooh, we need to pay attention. We need to get downstairs quick. We've got to be careful about that side door. We probably don't even have the numbers to defend this, so I will actually go res myself. We'll quickly try and put on some buffs to people. That guy died on the top. That's kind of okay, I guess. We're not going to be able to give him anything. Oh yeah, this defense is going to go horribly wrong. We could really do with Morale 2 blocking. There's Morale 2. We'll go straight into it and we'll spam some AoE. Makes it a 0.6 second cast, which is actually quicker than my global cooldown. I wonder if that's not very good actually. 1.3 seconds without the armor proc. Classes had identity, weren't all made to basically feel the same way to play. Yeah, because that's something that I would imagine this game doesn't have. Like, don't get me wrong, there's obviously different classes you can play. A chopper, a marauder, etc. But they're all kind of mirror classes. Well, not on the same side. Like, obviously a chopper's probably going to feel a little bit different than a marauder. But because they're both just melee DPS classes, they don't have any, like, identity or uniqueness to them, I don't think. Maybe one has a class mechanic like the Shaman, has a class mechanic that's different to the Doc. The Doc probably has its own identity, but generally speaking, I think every healing class has the same kind of... We all have a heal over time that we can cast when we move. I think we all have a heal that also is a heal over time. We all have this health, we all have this. I mean, there's some class identity, but nowhere near as much as WoW did. Not in vanilla anyway. I don't know about retail. I've not touched retail in a long time. The problem is I've been getting to Warhammer is classes feel unique. Oh, so we're going to contradict each other. I mean, Order to Chaos, or sorry, Order to Destruction, there's obviously mirror classes. So, like the dude with the wolf. I don't think that's Swordmaster, is it? It's this guy. White Lion. They're apparently the same as a Marauder, I think. And because there's mirror classes, I mean, yeah, they're going to feel a bit different, but I feel like there's less class identity in this game. Like a Chopper and a Marauder, same thing, basically, in my opinion. All three tanks, the Chosen, we don't seem to have the other guy, the Alpha class, can't remember what they're called now. And the Black Orc. Black Orc obviously play a lot different to the other classes. They obviously, because I'm aware they do. But they play differently because they have to use like one ability, and then they can use the second like type of ability, and then they can use the third type of ability, which then puts them back into using their first type of ability. So it's like going through 3 different types of abilities. Type 1, Type 2, Type 3, and then it repeats, that kind of a thing. Chosen, they just don't have, in my opinion, they don't feel like they have an identity at all. They've got some like AoE buffs and debuffs that they have on them, but again, Choppers and Marauders, they may play completely different, but from my perspective as a healer, these two are both just melee DPS classes. And they don't seem to do much different than each other, I don't think. I mean, the play style of them probably changes in terms of the Marauder having stances. Not stances like the warrior stance in vanilla, but stances where I think their abilities do different things depending on which stance they're in. Yeah, I don't feel like the class identity is as great as vanilla WoW was, personally. But I'm biased because I love that game, or I loved that game, should I say. I wouldn't be able to really play it now because it's too old. Not old as in it's dated, but old as in I've done it for so many years, for so long, nothing's new in it. You can only be excited about running Wailing Caverns on a new character for so many times before it becomes a bit boring, do you know what I mean? First side they don't, but I mean classes themselves like WoW, unlike WoW, Shaman's healing feels basically the same as a priest and druid. Interesting, yeah, okay. Other than the dark, I mean, I don't know actually. I've not really played the Shaman or the Dark. For all I know, they feel a lot different, especially the Dark, because this guy's going to be melee to then heal, isn't he? That's melee stuff, and then obviously his heals are going to get better, or he can then heal. The Shaman, I believe, deals DPS to increase its Warg meter, which then puts out better healing. Whereas a Zealot, I mean, what does this feel like in terms of WoW for healing? I would say, if anything, a Zealot plays more like a Resto Druid in Vanilla WoW. I mean, but then saying that, I've not touched on the other healers. Again, if a Dark and a Shaman also have the same kind of heal over time that's instant cast, you can move when you're using it, and they also have that, which is a heal over time that heals immediately and then heals over time, but you can't. Well, it's a cast time, but you can move and use it. Because, yeah, I think the healers in this and a lot of the classes have similar skills. But again, as I say, I've not really played all the classes, so I don't know really. I mean, I'm trying to remember healing on a Shaman to healing on a Priest to healing on a Druid. I'm pretty sure healing on a Druid was just spam Life Bloom. On everything. On everyone. You just sit there spamming one skill. Shaman? You just sit there spamming one skill, chain heal, right? I don't think I ever played a Healing Priest, so I'm not really sure about Healing Priest. But I'm pretty sure they were either spamming one big single target on the main tank, or they were just doing their group heal. So yeah, you're not wrong. They probably all did feel the same. Classic is a bit better, but even in Classic, and all... Oh, and the Ally, sorry, and Horde have the same classes. They do, yeah, you're very true with that. At least in this game, they have slight uniqueness over their opposing faction counterpart, I guess. DK is basically a warrior shaman. Oh, sorry, he's basically a warrior. Shaman is basically a priest. Hunter is basically a mage. Whereas a Doc and Zealot play differently. Squig and Magus play differently. And Black Hawk and Chosen play differently. Witch Elf and Marauder play differently. All classes in the game behave, or sorry, have similar skills but different styles. Yeah, you make a good point actually. Doc wants to fight melee most of the time, while Zealot sits back and darts. Everyone wants to swap between skills. I mean, I want to swap between skills, to be fair. I know it's not a class mechanic, but I really want to be putting DPS on using Harbinger. I wish the Harbinger of Doom was actually good. I wish this did way more than it does. I wish they just turned Harbinger of Doom no longer into a skill. They should just remove this as a skill and give the Zealot an actual class feeling. Because at the moment, this doesn't feel like it has any mechanic at all. The mechanic itself probably is in Harbinger of Doom. But instead of having a class mechanic on the Zealot, they've just put it in a skill that doesn't really work very well. And the reason why it doesn't work very well is because it would be OP as hell if it did work correctly. Where it actually enabled me to essentially turn on Shadow Form and become a Shadow Priest. And then leave Shadow Form and become a very good healer. Oh, I'm in the wrong hotbar, that's a shame. We could have saved that guy, I think. And we're getting body blocked. I mean, would Marauder and Chopper play similar? Because they look like they play very similar. I mean, also, if you take into consideration like two-hander tanks, not sword and shield, I would go as far as saying the Chosen, which we have played until like level 9, the Chopper and the Marauder, which we haven't played either of. I would say all these three classes play very similar. Or have a very similar playstyle. I mean, again, I don't even know if the Chopper has a class mechanic, to be fair. We've not played it. Right, swap between skills, yeah. Everyone just spam the same skills except Druid, which dots more. And still spam one skill. I mean, yeah, in vanilla, even as like a DPS Shaman, for example, you'd just be spamming Bolt, wouldn't you? Just over and over and over again. Frost Mage in PvE? Frostbolt spam. Fire Mage in PvE? Fireball spam? I guess when it comes to PvP, that's when the playstyles really differ in vanilla, in my opinion. I mean, again, every single like Frost Mage you run into is going to play identically, but I guess that's the same on any game. You run into like a Zealot who's spec DPS, he's probably going to play identically to every other Zealot that's DPS spec. You run into a Healing Zealot, probably going to play identical to every other Healing Zealot. Not a lot's popping off at the moment. We're defending this quite well, I guess. Which also, again, begs the question, as I asked ages ago, why did we not siege and do this earlier? Because they clearly don't have the numbers to push this. Or it's because we're inside a keep and it's a bit more defensive, a bit harder to push, perhaps. If it was too good, no one would play other DPS prods. If that's in regards to the Harbinger of Doom, yeah, completely agree. Haven't maxed everyone, so I can only really speak up to 16 and what I've watched. Chopper's one of the ones I haven't played yet, but from what I know, Mordor wants to swap between a bunch of different stances of different skills. Chopper more of a standard warrior. Unless you mean who doesn't follow guides and just plays better. I try not to follow guides. I feel like guides ruin games. Like, don't get me wrong, we killed the event boss in Ostland? Avalon? Here. We killed the event boss here, we got an item through his bag that he dropped, and that gave us a quest. And the quest was to go and loot 4 hearts from 4 different riddles. we immediately went to YouTube and found a video which was insanely good, and then we just followed that guide. So don't get me wrong, I appreciate some guides are good. But following like a class build guide, this is how you should spec your character. I may as well just watch a video of somebody else playing the game. The whole fun of playing the game is to experience and work out what's good about the class, right? Work out what works, work out what doesn't work. I mean, even with this class, the Zealot, again, we've taken advice from people who jumped into chat, and I'm grateful for the advice. Because obviously, if I'm playing something really badly, I mean, Christ, just let me know which skill I want to change out, and then hopefully, do you know what I mean, we don't do as bad anymore. But like we had Stink, who plays a Zealot in here the other day, and he mentioned this ability, or tactic, sorry, which is critical heals increase morale by 75, and it can only proc once every 3 seconds. This is apparently a very slept-on tactic. I don't see anybody else recommending this anywhere. I mean, at the moment we're sat on basically a full morale bar because I'm just chatting away to you. But using this, as Stink said, very slept-on ability, I'm glad we have started to use this at times, because it means that we can get straight into morale 2 immediately, which gives us immunity to being snared, silenced, rooted, disarmed, basically disabling effects. And it also means our cast times are reduced by 50% and cannot be set back. The only thing I'm realising here, however, is when our Vanquisher gear procs, our 6-piece, which is just proc now, it drops us down to 1.9 seconds, but if we also use our morale 2, this is faster than our global cooldown, which means we can't spam it. Now don't get me wrong, the morale 2 lasts 10 seconds. So I have to pay attention here. Slayers are running in. Here will morale 2. So it's 1.3 seconds, which is fine, I think. But now it's 1.0.6, and here you can see that we finished this way before our global cooldown's finished. I appreciate that morale is this is on a minute cooldown, so I guess for like 6, maybe 5 seconds, once every minute when we pop that morale 2 and we also proc the gear, which is a 10% chance? 5% chance, sorry. That just means our global cooldowns, well, we can't heal as quick as we can cast, basically. But whilst we don't have morale 2, the Vanquisher, sorry, the 6-piece on this is insane. Because it just means we can heal so much quicker. And especially when people are getting smashed in like a keep defense. And if we don't need to AoE heal, we can pop on this heal instead, which is going to heal for what, 1.6k? This is only healing for 1.2k, and I'm pretty sure this crit heals for almost 3k now, like 2.8k I think. Oh, 3.1k. So around 3k plus. And if we can spam this, which we can, because what's this, a 2.5 second cast, this is a 2-second cast, that means this is going to go down to like a 1.4 second cast. So again, we're basically spamming every global cooldown, which is a full second, isn't it? It looks like it's a full second. Yeah. You don't think guides ruin games per se, you think they're the place and are good to have, but the reliance people have put on them. Play the game for them instead of enjoying the game and learning it from the ground up. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Christ, if you think back to like Vanilla WoW and raids in Vanilla WoW, I mean, nowadays, and it's been this way for a very long time, so, you know what I mean? The new raid gets released, everyone just immediately uploads videos about how to do the boss fights. It's fair, it's cool. Gives people content. It's nice to see strategies. It's nice to sort of, you know, have someone explain what to do, especially when the time people have nowadays seems to be getting less and less free time and more about working all the time. But the only reason why that was even a thing about people releasing guides for raids and dungeons and God knows what else is because one of the top guilds got banned, or I don't know if it was like a full-on ban, permanent ban, but one of them I'm pretty sure it was AQ40. I mean, I could be wrong. It might even be like Blackwing later, to be fair. But one of the very early on raids, I say early on, I know AQ was a bit later on, but one of the raids, they managed to exploit it somehow and skip half of it. I don't think it was Naxxramas. It may have been, to be fair, thinking about it, because I know we discussed that earlier with Nax being skippable and people getting banned for it. But anyway, yeah, one of the top guilds got banned because they exploited one of the dungeons, and in response to them not being unbanned, which I'm pretty sure was a permaban, they then said, well, screw you, we're going to release all of the raid videos and put them on online so people no longer struggle doing raids, and then boom, that's now how the world works. But prior to that, you find yourself getting to Molten Core on your own, good luck understanding how to do Molten Core, unless you were part of some sort of inside forum group, because I don't think Discord was out at this point, or you knew people, you wouldn't have a clue about the boss mechanics. You would have to work it out yourself. And that in itself is a very enjoying, it's a lot of enjoyment, I think, of getting to a raid, trying to work out how the raid functions, trying to work out how it all works, managing to then defeat the raid. It's the whole Dark Souls, killing a boss in Dark Souls, isn't it? Where that weight is lifted off your shoulders after 3 hours of face planting your keyboard because you can't beat this boss. And that is kind of gone nowadays, because you join a dungeon group and you're immediately expected to know exactly all mechanics, even if it's your first time, because go on YouTube and watch a video. And as I say, that kind of ruins some of the enjoyment, right? Some of the enjoyment is going inside a dungeon and being like, "Ooh, what's going to go on in this dungeon? Like, what bosses, what loot is there going to be?" It's exciting. Being a noob on any game is the most fun you can have on a game. And this is also something which I'm looking forward to personally, for Phase 3 of Ashes of Creation. Because I've not really watched anything about that game. I've not paid attention to anything. And I do think when Phase 3 drops in just over a month, we'll probably have a look at that. And I think that's going to be great fun. Being like level 3 and killing a wolf and him dropping a green item and me losing my mind. Oh my god, it's a green! Yeah, I think that's going to be quite fun. Go side door, I mean. I don't know why we're staying here. This guy's probably AFK for a minute. And I'm quite happy just to sort of run around and chat at the moment, so this works out nicely. Oh, I think he has AFK'd. Someone else is now the warband leader. Oh, we got time to catch up. This guy now seems to be running it. Then if you don't watch the guy and know it's in and out, you're the bad guy. I mean, that's also, I mean, yeah, this is also something, to be fair. If I have ran a dungeon multiple times and I know all mechanics of that dungeon off the top of my head, and I want to do a quick dungeon run, and I invite people and somebody's a noob, I mean, nothing against them, first time doing the dungeon at all, quite happy to help them. But it gets frustrating for even me, and it gets frustrating for everybody else who's done the dungeon a bunch of times, because they're now having to, do you know what I mean, like babysit somebody. I mean, nowadays, I think everyone kind of knows, don't stand in the fire, right? Don't stand in the fire, don't go in front of the boss, because he's probably got some crazy AoE that's going to cone or attack in front of him. Does he not see these people? Are we not? What's going on with this chap? Oh, this is the guy that 2-hit me earlier. Nutshot. We're definitely dead against this guy. I'm not sure where our whole raid's gone, or warband's gone. I don't think he hit me very hard there, to be fair. He hit me 3k earlier. We're just going to stay dead for a second while these do whatever they're doing. Back in the day, I had to join a Ventrilo guild. Sorry, a Ventrilo group or a guild just to understand the boss mechanics. Yeah, that's exactly it. And you'd be hoping that the guild would share their secrets with you, because for all they know, you're a spy trying to get the information on the boss fight for your own guild, or do you know what I mean? That kind of nonsense. There was a lot more drama back in the day, I think. Whereas now it's just, yeah, everyone uploads a video. It's cool. It's fine. No one cares. Which does take away some of the gameplay, I think. Because, as I say, that's part of the fun. going into a raid for the first time and trying to work out how it all works, and we're just gonna have to sprint away here. Just to keep ourselves alive. We're lagging quite a lot now as well. We're definitely gonna need a client reboot in a sec. Which is normally how this works. We can't go through that door, it's not 50% yet. Could we not be winning boxes to repair that? Looks like we already are. Okay. And we don't want to be at the front door here, we want to be at the side door surely, because if they push us, we're screwed against a damaged front door that we can't enter. It's a Dark Souls effect. That's it, that's it. That achievement of being able to do something yourself, and the satisfaction of knowing that you've overcome something very difficult. I think this, to be fair, when I first saw the raids in Lost Ark, where you had some sort of ridiculous, I don't know, like 16 different mechanics, and if you fail a singular mechanic in your whole raid wipes. When I first saw that, I thought, good lord, that doesn't look fun at all. And the reason why is because it's the whole, for the first group doing that, that is so punishable that if you just make one little mess up where you're not stood in a bubble, or you haven't picked up the right square, or whatever the mechanic is, everyone wipes, you start again. And that must require a lot of free time to be able to wipe multiple times until you can actually understand what you're meant to be doing in the quest, or in the raid, sorry, for the boss fight. But then also, once somebody has that down, now it becomes a lesson in learning where you have to basically memorize like a 20-minute boss fight of all mechanics. I don't know, it's a very strange one. Very strange one. You sadly ruined yourself on Ashes, no longer excited to play, but I was excited to watch you play. Everyone knows what common sense is actually much less common nowadays. Oh mate, yeah, as I say, I think we discussed this with the whole scenario thing. People not DPSing tanks or going for healers and going for trying to run past the tanks and going straight for their healers. Everyone just DPSs their tanks and then their tanks get healed, and it's just, what are we doing? So yeah, you're not wrong. And no, I'm not big on the full party wipe because somebody has slightly stood in a circle or not stood correctly in the circle. Yeah. Can we not get up there? I guess not. Oh, there. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the Lost Ark mechanics from what I saw when Lost Ark first came out. I've not looked or touched that game in a long time. I didn't enjoy the whole daily quest thing. Pretty sure every game's got dailies now, but the routine of logging in, doing dailies to get upgrade materials, to then fail all upgrade chances, to then have to repeat that every single day until you hit certain breakpoints and you can upgrade your gear to different tiers or whatever. Yeah, don't like that. I don't like games where you grind for something to upgrade or enchant a piece of gear and you have a chance of failing. I do not enjoy that at all. It just means that all of your hard work, all the hours spent, is kind of wasted. Because if you hadn't logged in that day and spent 20 hours grinding for a chance to get +1 on your weapon, and you didn't get the +1 on your weapon, it's neither here nor there, is it? You basically may as well have not logged in. You may have gained some gold for grinding the mats required to get the +1 upgrade. This FPS lag, good lord. But yeah, so I'm not big on games where you can fail upgrade chances and stuff like that. And theirs were required in terms of dailies, yeah. I mean, if it's a case of, I remember, I don't even know what the place was called now in WoW. And I think it was Lich King era, I could be wrong. Where they had like a little island in. I want to say it begins with an S. I can't remember, to be fair. I know there was a raid in that area that dropped a legendary bow that didn't require ammunition. Something or other. And there was some dailies on that island that you'd do every day. Go and kill some things, go and explore an area, jobs are good, and it'd reward you with a chunk of gold. That I didn't mind, because it basically just means if you don't want to do that every day, you just don't get as much gold. But I guess because there's dailies in the game that reward you with a decent chunk of gold, and everyone can do them at that level, it basically made the prices of everything on the server go up, because obviously everyone's now got more gold. So there is some knock-on effects to that. And I guess there's also, with it being a daily, there's also that FOMO feeling of if you haven't logged in and completed just 10 dailies for the day and gained, say, 10 gold because you get a gold a daily, for example, it kicks in that FOMO, doesn't it? Well, I can't not log in today because I'm going to be 10 gold down compared to everyone else. And yeah, the whole daily system's weird. I'm personally not a big fan on it, but I mean, if it's in a game, it's in a game. I just choose not to do them most of the time. Only game I play where you can fail stuff like upgrading is Albion, but you're not really punished for failing like it breaks or anything. Oh yeah, because if you fail the upgrade and your gear breaks, oh my god. That is... who invented that? Whoever invented that system should be in jail. That is horrendous. I've definitely played games like that. In fact, for a while, it's very embarrassing. But for a while, I played V4, which was an MMO on the phone. And I kind of enjoyed that. It had a bit of autoplay as well, which questionable, very questionable. But when I found myself with not a lot of free time to play, yeah, V4 was a little go-to for a while. And on that game, yeah, you'd be grinding, get an epic weapon drop, and then as you upgrade it to a certain plus, it can just break. Oh, the amount of items I lost in that game, good lord. That brings back some trauma, I tell you. Terrible system. It's even worse when there's a cash shop as well, like Black Desert, where you can buy whatever it is to make it so you don't fail the upgrade. Yeah, because now you've basically implemented that in the game where you can fail, or sorry, your items can break, deliberately to force people to pay money on your game so you can buy the item that stops it from breaking. You've made your game as a money grab. I don't like that at all. Oh yeah, like Throne and Liberty, to be fair. So Throne and Liberty, I didn't mind that much. The whole game as a whole, not for me, I don't think. I mean, I did enjoy what I experienced of it, but the way their upgrade system worked, in terms of you got the material or the scroll, you pump it in, regardless of what happens, again, just using examples, you always manage to upgrade by, say, 10%, and then you've got different tiers of chances to upgrade it by 25 or 50% or something like that, to like have a critical success at upgrading or something. Your weapons never broke, and I guess as a, you know, as minimal, oh, I need 12 scrolls to get this from 1 to 2. But you may only need 1 scroll because it could like critically enhance it or whatever. Yeah, that system wasn't the worst. I didn't mind that. The only thing I found bad with Throne and Liberty is the pay to win aspect in it. And again, I'm aware that there's a lot of conversation about whether or not it's pay to win. And I appreciate back when it launched, it's not pay to win because as soon as like a tier 2 weapon drops, for example, no one's going to sell it because everyone knows it's going to go to the guildies first. We're in a good guild, and immediately when anything dropped from any world boss, it immediately went on the auction house and we made a fortune. So yeah, that whole system, it should have worked the way that everyone mentioned it working. When a new epic helmet drops that's better than everything else from a world boss, absolutely you should kit out your guild. But all we saw in the forum posts and the Reddit posts were just some dudes ninja'd it, left the guild and made like 200,000 lucent on it. Yeah. So that in the whole, that yeah, kind of put me off it a little bit, that, with Throne and Liberty. Black Desert's the most well known. That's in regards to gear breaking, isn't it? Yeah. Played an older Korean MMO that had it before Black Desert. Oh yeah, I've definitely experienced a bunch of random MMOs that have had the gear breaking if you fail to enchant it. Some of them aren't the worst, where you can maybe upgrade it to like +5, and then when you go from +5 to say +15, it can break it. I've played other games that came out 20 years ago that had like upgrade stones, for example, that had like a ridiculously low drop chance of any mob in the game. And you'd need, say, one of them stones to upgrade it to +1, you'd need 2 to up 2, then maybe 5 for +3, then 10 for +4. And if you failed it, there was a small chance that your gear would break. And generally speaking, if it didn't upgrade, all them orbs that you were using, all gone. And then those sort of games also had those orbs in the cash shop. So you could buy like 15 for a tenner. And then it's just, oh my god. Yeah, and this was like 20 years ago from these sort of games. So it's definitely been big in... Again, this would have been a Korean MMO that I played. Hellbreath, if I'm not mistaken. But that had the same sort of system. So yeah, it definitely wasn't Black Desert. I mean, Christ, I don't know if like Ultima Online back in the day had something like that where you could upgrade gear and possibly have it break, I don't know. One of the games I never actually played, Ultima. You don't play Throne Liberty regularly. The games with mechanics. The name of that old MMO. Maybe Black Desert on seasonal round every now and then because you get a free upgrade. Oh, is that free upgrade applicable to your like main character in that? Even if you played a new character in a seasonal thing? Because I've jumped on Black Desert once or twice, to be fair, and I enjoyed it until I got into the open world PvP and just got demolished by people in insane gear. Because I think on the seasonal servers you start off as like a brand new server for say 14 days, 20 days, and then it kicks you to the main servers, doesn't it? I think. Main games are Albion, Guild Wars 2, Dark and Darker, and now Warhammer Online with some RTS involved. Oh, MOBAs and single player. Yeah, that sounds good, to be fair. Dark and Darker, I've not played personally, but I did end up watching quite a lot of stream on that. Before all of the drama about it like being removed from Steam and then being stolen assets from a different game and stuff, I did watch quite a lot of Dark and Darker back then. It was very interesting to me. Warframe 2, yeah. We're going to look at the Last Oasis update later today. But Last Oasis is more of a survival directional combat hardcore MMO looter with a focus on giant customizable walkers. Ooh, that's called Lost Oasis, yeah? Oh, sorry, Last Oasis. I don't think I've seen that. I can't remember the last mech game I played. I know you haven't said mech there, you know, giant customizable walkers, but that to me is mech. That's a mech game. No, only on seasonal character, but once the season ends, seasonal character becomes the main one. But coin sword. Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, okay. I can't. Yeah, as I say, it's been a while since I played Black Desert, so I actually can't remember how it even functions in terms of the seasonal stuff. I know for a while I was quite high level on fishing, but everyone just AFK fishes, don't they? I do like a bit of fishing now, most for some reason. I really don't know why. Like WoW fishing, didn't mind that. New World fishing, didn't mind that. Although they brick that right off the get-go in New World, so yeah. Just because of bots, and they didn't know how to get rid of bots. I think it used to be a case of whenever you fished anything, or like you fished up a box in New World, you'd get a chunk of gold, loads of different mats, and it was like actually worthwhile fishing. And then because of the absurdity amount of box that hit New World pretty early on, they removed the gold out of fishing boxes, so that it just made fishing crap. And then you could also fish up legendary fish. Oh, we're sieging this, by the way. I didn't realise. Yeah, you could also get legendary fish that were used for like specific cooking recipes in New World, but you didn't need any of them because no one used that food. So the whole fishing system back then just it was just so badly made, so badly made. But then New World did have a lot of things wrong with that game, which is unfortunate. Stolen assets were torches. Oh, torches look the same. Most of the assets are from the Unity store, but whatever it was called, they open source was a big scandal to make the game look really bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't really remember what happened with that. I'm sure there was another game in development by another studio, and they had pretty similar layout to the UI, pretty similar game as well going on. And then Dark and Darker sort of released in early access, and there was a lot of, yeah, a lot of controversial sort of, they stole our game! I mean, at the end of the day, more games are better, I think. If there's more competition, it means that, you know what I mean? Like, if 10 Dark and Darkers came out, all the kind of the same game, but all a little bit different, that's a good thing. It just means that it's more competition. I mean, fair, every game will have slightly less, well, not slightly less player base, it'll have quite a large player base dip, probably. But with the way that people jump from game to game, especially like streamer games, I don't think that's a bad thing. It just means that for 1 month you play one of the Dark and Darker spin-offs, the next month one of the other one's patches, then you all move over to the other one, and a new patch comes out for the third version, the third game, and then you all jump over to the third game. But yeah, the more the merrier. And then eventually one will take precedent, I guess, in terms of it being insanely better than the rest, because of improvements they've made based on all of the competition of the same kind of a game. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just the whole copyright bollocks, isn't it, really? I haven't played it yet. I'd probably like Albion. It's like WoW and RuneScape, but her baby, or the baby Warhammer. I'll go into Albion in just a moment. I'm just making sure we're in the right place here. Have we actually started sieging now? I guess we're here to stop these guys getting in the keep. Again, I am playing this. I'm just very much not really playing it at the same time. I haven't even buffed people. Let's get some buffs on real quick. I've got to get better at reading chat, talking, and making sure I'm actually playing the game that I'm streaming. All these skills will merge together at some point. Proving anything with similar to torches. My view is more games the better. Stop gatekeeping and just make good games. Yeah, that's exactly mine as well. Yeah, exactly the same opinion. More the merrier, absolutely. And if anything, it means that the crapper versions of these sort of similar games become better as well, which again gives us more choice, which again is not a bad thing. I guess the only negative thing with that is player base. But then if your game's good, you shouldn't have to worry about player base. We should have more games like Shadows of Mordor and the Nemesis system. Yeah, the Nemesis system, in my opinion, and this is probably a bad take, I think that was the only good thing about that game. The combat, I don't know who did it first. The combat system, and that's pretty good. I did enjoy that. It reminds me of the same combat system in Batman, Arkham Knight, is it? Which is, yeah, someone's got a Y above their head, press Y, you defend it, whilst you're also doing some deeps and running around and jumping around. It's very satisfying, like, you feel powerful in that combat system. Not to mention, obviously, yeah, the Nemesis system sold that game. The exploration and everything else like that, neither here nor there. See the same kind of stuff in a lot of games. But yeah, the Nemesis system and that combat system, yeah, fantastic. We're all taking a hell of a lot of damage suddenly. We must have stood on some AoE or something. Albion Online, I have played a little bit of. I didn't really get along with it that well. I did also... Has he just died again? No. I did also play... I think I may have mentioned it last time you were knocking around the stream docs. What was it called? Warborn, Above Ashes. I think that playtest has now probably ended. but that was a very similar Albion-inspired MMO. It's just when you were like doing anything, lol, when you were doing anything on that, because it's mainly PvP, which I guess is similar to Albion as well. All you could see is just nameplates. You wouldn't even be able to see like the character model of characters because it was just nameplate. The whole screen, nameplates. Very confusing. I don't know who thought of that and who looked at that and said, this is going to do insanely well. This is exactly what we want the game to look like. Because just seeing like, basically it's like the buff head icons, but above every single character. So you can't see the map, you can't see the floor, you can't see any screen except just buff head icons. I don't see how that can be looked upon and being, do you know what I mean? An investor's looked at that and gone, you know what, take more of my money. That looks fantastic to me, I just don't see it. But yeah, we didn't get along with that either, to be fair. Mainly because we only played it for 4 hours. The first, say, hour and a half, we really enjoyed. And then after we got into like the open world aspect, which was essentially, if you think of Warhammer Online like the public quest system, it was basically, there was no game at all, except you would have a map, like this map, and you'd have, say, 3 different public quests. Let's say that's a public quest down there, there's one in the middle, and there's one up here. And these were like scrap encampments, I guess, something like that. And there'll be, say, 10 mobs and a mini-boss. Then you'd go to that area, you'd kill the 10 mobs, you'd pull the mini-boss and kill the mini-boss, and then you'd get a chest reward. And everything it gave you as a reward would basically be... You couldn't do anything with the rewards. It wasn't gatherable stuff, it wasn't materials, it wasn't anything like that. It was just like grey items, green items that you then vended to make gold. That was it. And the vendoring you gave to an NPC. You didn't give it to all the players. You just sold it to an NPC and that gave you gold. And then with that gold, you would go to the auction house, I guess similar to how it would be in Albion, and you would buy new gear. So tier 1 gear, tier 2 gear, tier 3 gear, tier 4. And that was the gameplay loop of just going to a public quest, doing that public quest. That would now have a cooldown between 5 minutes and maybe like 2 hours, depending on how high level the scrap encampment was. So you'd run around the map doing public quest after public quest after public quest, and that would all be in PvP. So similar to Warhammer Online, you'd zerg in a massive group, they would zerg in a massive group, and then when you got close enough to each other, the nameplates would fill the screen, and then you'd just see loads of nameplates. Some people would die, some people wouldn't die. And then once that little bit of combat ended, you would then go back to doing public quest, which gave you gold as a reward, because it gave you items that did nothing in the game except vended for gold. And then you'd die, you'd drop a piece of gear, you'd go back to the auction house, you'd buy another piece of gear. Not really for me, unfortunately. There didn't seem to be enough like actual gameplay mechanic in that game. But as I say, we spent 4 hours on it, so I'm sure there's probably a lot more gameplay mechanics that you could do. You could probably gather things, you could probably craft things, you could do other bits and bobs, but yeah, from what we experienced in 4 hours, it really just seemed kind of boring. Oh, as you mentioned here, like Pokemon the ball mechanics, they're suing Palwords for, yeah, because again, it's they've trademarked throwing a ball at a creature and capturing it. What? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just make better games and people will buy it, people will play it. Just because Palworld has a similar mechanic to capturing a Pokemon than the Pokemon invented, I guess, or Nintendo invented, that's not going to make less people buy your stuff. I mean, it's already overpriced. It's Nintendo, isn't it? I guess we won't actually discuss anything else related to that because we'll probably get DMCA'd just because we've mentioned their company. So let's move away from them. I love Nintendo though. Best company in the world. We own multiple Switches because they're so good. Oh, we covered it. We're fine. We're alright. Make a crap game, people won't buy it. Pretty simple. It's like restaurants. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Someone else makes a better chippy than you do. Sorry, just up your game, isn't it? Just make better food. Buy fresher ingredients. Not like one place has steak and no one else can have steak. Exactly, yeah. You don't go into a town and like, where's your steakhouse? You can only have one. Where's your fish and chip shop? You can only have one. Where's you know what I mean? Where's your bakery? You only have one. No, it's a PvP server, isn't it? The world. Each town's a different PvP server. So the game you're talking about, didn't play test it though. Ah, okay. Doesn't sound fun. Albion has, if anything, too many things to do. Yeah, because when we look at Albion, at first I thought it was similar to that Warborn game I've just mentioned in terms of just going PvP, PvP, killing people, getting the loot, you dying, you dropping your loot, repeating that kind of thing. But in addition to that, it actually has crafting. So I can go to trees and I can cut down trees and I can make my own tier 1 gear and I can do mining and make swords and everything else. That to me is more appealing than just running around doing a public quest, getting a currency that, or getting an item that I can just sell for gold and then repeat. I'm pretty sure there was gathering in that Warborn game, but where it's said on the map, like here for example, or let's just go for this again because it's a tooltip, this would have been a tree and it says there's like a 2-minute cooldown on the tree respawning. We went to a tree when it should have respawned. There was nothing there to gather. So I don't know if I just didn't understand the game. I don't know if I needed to build something in my little base that you get to allow me to gather. I've no idea. But the first hour and a half, I was really into that game. Was doing good. I think it's the same thing as like Corpong. The first hour and a half of watching that game, because I didn't opt in for that, to be fair. I didn't think I'd enjoy it, and I'm glad I didn't, because I wouldn't have enjoyed it. But the first hour and a half of watching people play Corpong, this is looking really good. Oh, I wonder if this is going to be the next best thing. This is really good. And then after like 2 hours of watching your character move at the insanely slow pace, seeing that you have no healing until you level up a few times and put talent points into healing, so you have a natural health regain. Same with MP. You don't heal or replenish anything unless you get to like level 5 and put points in natural health replenishment. Just start the game off with 1 in all of them, please. Don't make it so I have to return to a campfire every combat so I can actually heal. What? Who made this game? Who made this decision? Which investors have put money in your company? Who hasn't played this clearly? And then even like the dungeons and PvE in Albion, when I saw that you could actually do dungeons and stuff like that, that made me want to play it. But for me personally, there was something missing in Albion. It could have even been the movement speed, to be fair, where I just felt like everything was really slow, even with a mount. That Warborn game also had that problem as well. You would run and move the same speed as your mount until your mount was moving a direction for say 4 or 5 seconds, and then it would speed up. So again, the movement speed was so slow to begin with, and then we were really excited to get a mount. We got a mount, we moved, and we were just, oh my god, it's the same speed as moving without being mounted. Oh no. And then obviously after you've moved for like 4 or 5 seconds you start to speed up. That promotes a very weird gameplay loop as well. Like if these guys are all pushing us now and I mount, I would move at say this speed, but they would move like twice as fast as me for the first 5 seconds, which means they would catch me up. So it basically means that you can't mount up and run away in combat, or even if you're not in combat. If you see a group of people coming from the top of the screen, I mean, you don't have enough time to mount and run away, to be fair, in that game. Isometric like League or Albion is. Yeah, that was a very weird mechanic to experience, where, yeah, let me just quickly mount away and run away, or mount up and run away, and then you can't, because they're moving like 2-3 times faster than you are for the first 5 seconds. Very strange. PvE and PvP dungeons in Albion has raids and arenas, not just open world. Basically, it's been an MMO. They have safe and full. Oh, yeah. So that's a lot of stuff that's changed since the original launch of Albion. I think. I'm pretty sure when I would have jumped in on that, it would have been around launch. I then at some point would have given it another go, but I just couldn't get on with it. I don't know why. Looked a bit into the game, most of I found was PvP, didn't find much on gameplay loop. I actually have the same problem doing solo PvE in Warhammer. Low level where you can only pull one mob and have to wait 15 seconds to heal up. Yeah, that again, so playing a healer, we don't witness that because the AP gain is so much quicker. But when we have played, like the Black Orc, we died on the first public quest against level 2 mobs because I was so, like, I'm not used to not having a natural full health bar at all times. And then at least I guess if I think back to like vanilla WoW, playing like an undead warrior, for example, you'd at least have cannibalization to heal every 2 minutes and a bandage to heal every minute, I think. So even as a warrior, you'd be able, and what, combat against mobs your level would be about sort of 30 seconds a mob. So you'd be able to sort of pull two, or well, kill 1 or 2, maybe even 3 mobs, bandage, kill 1 or 2 mobs, cannibalize, kill 1 or 2, maybe even 3 mobs, bandage. You'd have an actual routine there where you would be able to not have to wait and eat food and sit down for 20 minutes or whatever to eat food, and yeah. Which is interesting because yeah, that would put me off actually playing like a do you know what I mean, like a Chosen, if that were the case on a Chosen or a Black Orc or yeah, melee DPS. I'm pretty sure Marauders have a heal on hit, or they can heal on one of the hits, monstrous bite or something. Also, it's only like for the first 30 minutes. There's a bunch of updates and never. Oh, to help newer players catch up. First, like, hour you're almost to where older players could be. Oh, okay. It was like you for the first time, Albion, where some things threw me off. Once I played for a few hours and learned all game mechanics, I kind of fell in love with the game system. Though I love Guild Wars 2 and Warhammer. Oh, I love Guild Wars 2 and Warhammer. Looks way more. Oh, okay, yeah. More heal on hit at like 12 or higher, but even then you can only pull 2 mobs your own level. Yeah, see that? I mean, we feel this on the Zealot, to be fair, sometimes, where PvE-wise, yeah, we struggle to even kill a mob. Just because it took us so long. I mean, we weren't DPS spec'd again, we were like warband healing or healing spec'd. Guild Wars 2, I really enjoyed Guild Wars 2 back in the day. We then tried it again, I say we, just because me and some in real life people. That we makes sense. But I went back to it a year or 2 ago. Enjoyed what I played of it, but that whole thing, it felt like I was playing a single player game because it's just Zerg. All of the stuff you do in the open world, if I can remember things that you do in the open world, like sometimes on the map it would just spawn hard enemies, like this zone's under attack, and then dudes would spawn out of a portal you have to kill. You didn't even need to be in a party for that, you just turn up, there's a group there, cool, we smash it, we get rewards, brilliant. There was some anomaly mob that spawned every 12 hours or something. You'd go to that zone in a big Zerg, you wouldn't group up with anyone. You'd smash out these lightning bolt mob type looking things, spider looking things. You'd kill this ginormous dude who was all light. You'd get a reward, brilliant. Public quests, they're just open. Just turn up, Zerg's doing them, brilliant. The world bosses, I enjoyed doing the world bosses. The world bosses were fun, especially when you first turn up to one and you just get deleted because you stood in his AOE damage that you don't understand the mechanics. So you just get deleted over and over and over again, and you start to realise, oh, I have to not stand in the fire. The world bosses, I say, a lot of fun. This guy's just stood in the middle as if we're not here. He's gonna die. We're gonna let him die here, I think. He's got a few shaman on him. You see this guy everywhere. So the world bosses are a lot of fun, but again, I don't think you need to even group up, so it's just very Zergy. As I say, it's a weird thing, because as much as I enjoyed Guild Wars 2, it did feel like a solo game. Similar, I guess, to Elder Scrolls Online. They both don't have the MMO aspect of an MMO, in my opinion. They both feel like single-player games. Is he laid down? He has laid down. He didn't die. Or not single player per se, but they don't feel like. I guess in Warhammer Online, if I'm doing a public quest, generally speaking, I'll invite everyone who's doing it with me, and we'll be in a group. If we're doing open world stuff, unless I'm trying to solo roam specifically for content, I'm going to join a big warband, and we're going to be paying attention. We're going to be. I'm not going to be chatting away in chat because I'm too busy streaming. But generally speaking, there's a lot of chatter going on. But yeah, Elder Scrolls Online and Guild Wars 2, they both lack that community feeling, I guess, for lack of better words. Although this is a private server, so it's a bit different. If I think back again to like Vanilla WoW days, or even Burning Crusade, or even Lich King, as the leveling process takes you... I mean, Classic's probably a better example there, to be fair. I really wanted to poke him. He's got his emotes turned off. Yeah, when I think back to like Vanilla WoW, basically, or Classic WoW, not Classic, actually like Vanilla, before pre-Burning Crusade, as you were leveling your character on the server, you'd do Wailing Caverns, you'd maybe even do Dead Mines first, you'd be doing RFC in Orgrimmar. But as you did like RFC in Orgrimmar, maybe 2-3 days went by and you'd be doing a different dungeon, and you'd see the same dudes doing that same dungeon. And then maybe, I don't know, a week went by and you were now like level 30 and you were doing another dungeon. And again, you'd group with the same people, or you'd see the same people. That's got that real nice like community aspect of it and community feeling to it, where as you're leveling, you're constantly seeing the same people leveling around you, which I feel like was missing in Elder Scrolls Online, because every single zone is your level, and you just, doesn't matter where you go, everything's scaled to you. Guild Wars 2... I think Guild Wars 2 had a little bit of that, to be fair. As we ran around certain zones, we would see the same sort of people. Again, max level doesn't really matter for this. This is just as you're leveling, hitting, you know, and going to the 60 or the road to 60. But yeah. I think, again, that's another reason why it's got such a fond place in a lot of people's minds and hearts. Because it was a long journey from 1 to 60, and the game itself is part of the, you know, it's the journey getting to end game, which is the end game in my opinion. And yeah, having that experience of, you know what I mean, seeing the same people in chat, seeing the same people in the same zone as you went from one zone to the next, and seeing the same people in the battlegrounds as well, because they're sort of your level, they're leveling at your speed and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I will catch up with chat in just a second. Guild Wars 2. Oh, I think they've seen us. Maybe they haven't. We haven't buffed everyone. We'll see if we can buff people here. We're just going to give everyone any again. I don't know if the Zealot has given people any or not. We're not really paying attention at this point. Guild Wars 2 will always have the best mounts and smoothest gameplay in your opinion. That style of Warhammer and Albion. And love for the systems. Dark and Darker is a mash of everything with realistic feeling, and the first person, oh that's right, yeah, where skill comes most into play. Yeah, we were watching Katie on Twitch way back, as I say, on Dark and Darker, and I think she was playing a mage using a dagger and basically a melee mage. I think he was a melee mage, and she was absolutely dominating everybody, and I'm pretty sure she created the meta for that in a couple of the patches, just because she was absolutely demolishing everyone. I think she was a better rogue than rogues. Yeah, that was a very interesting thing to experience. As I say, this was going back quite some time. But yeah, if you're into Dark and Darker, yeah, Katie on Twitch, fantastic stream. Open world is made to be able to solo. But more of as Guild Wars 2, Albion like Warhammer, where if you're looking for group content, you have to use Define Group Board. Yeah, I mean, I'm all down for group content. I would rather... I mean, it's a fine tune, isn't it? You need solo content if you can't group with people. but it's good that there are group content areas. I guess New World had like a good idea in terms of this. You could absolutely solo loads of the stuff, but there were then elite areas in the game where you would need to be in a party. And the rewards were higher. There were some quests to do that elite zone. Again, throwing in dungeons, which most MMOs do nowadays, is also very good because then you're having to group with people, understand how the dungeons function, which kind of explains the functionality of the enemy types and enemy skill sets and stuff like that. Raids as well, obviously good group content, unless it's, you know, boring boss mechanics. Or everyone wipes if someone screws up, because that is also, as we talked about with Last Ark, not a good mechanic in my opinion. You need to read with the client, to be fair. Are these us? These are us, so we've just flanked like 7 people. I mean, it works, I guess. Oh, we moved too quick then. Oh, it's made to be able to play solo if you don't make mistakes. Yeah, that again, it should be some form of skill related as well. If you're playing your class correctly, you should be able to do a little bit more than someone who's not playing their class properly. It's best for instant content because they have a group queue where you can just hop in and do the group dungeon. Ah, you see, so I actually come away from that in terms of... So I know at some point they added in the group the dungeon finder in WoW, and I feel like that ruined MMOs. And the reason why I think that ruined MMOs, or at least the cross-realm dungeon finder, is because you're going to group with so many random people, you're never going to find the same people again. And it also has an effect in this game, in my opinion, with this auto-roll crap. So in this game, a couple of forum posts, a couple of random Warhammer websites that advise you how to set this up, is need everything. And my brother had a conversation with me about this actually. When did we need everything? Usable equipment, need everything. Unusable equipment, greed everything because you can't set it to need, but everything else, need. Why is this the mentality? Surely this should be greed on everything, and then if you need something, you should need it. I mean, I understand this is just auto-rolling, so to save me having to manually click on the box of loot and need this, greed that, need this, greed... It makes sense that you just need everything. But again, if you were doing a dungeon, like let's say you do Wailing Caverns and a cloak drops and you're playing a melee DPS strength class and it's got int on it, but it's also got stamina on it for HP or wounds. I mean, generally speaking, you'd only need that if you didn't have an int class that needed it, right? And even then, you'd probably greed it because it's not like you need the item. But over the years, and especially since the random cross-realm dungeon finder was implemented, now everybody, or at least in my experience of that, was you do like a dungeon and any item that drops, everyone just needs. Because at the end of the day, I need gold. I'm selling it to a vendor. What? When did this happen? That's not how this functions. That's not how it's meant to work. You're meant to need the gear if you're needing it to use like now. Not as an off-spec. Not as all this other crazy garbage thought process. And as I say, I feel like the cross-realm dungeon finder caused that mentality. Because before then, you'd be on a server, you would need an item that, you know what I mean, your class didn't actually need, or maybe couldn't even use the item, and then everyone on the server knew that you were a knob, stealing people's items. Done. There was no name change available. Do you know what I mean? It was as if your character had an actual reputation on the server. So to adding cross-realm in games, I think ruins the game, ruins the community, and it ruins the game. It's definitely got its place when numbers start to dwindle, but generally speaking, on an MMO, there shouldn't be name changes, there shouldn't be race changes, there shouldn't be character changes, nothing like that. If you've made a character, your decision should be final, and you shouldn't be able to like realm transfer. Because then you do just become an arsehole on your realm. You ninja all the gear, you ninja all the loot, you form a guild, an epic drops, you sell it for Lucent on the auction house, you make thousands of Lucent, and you just bang out of the server. Change server. By doing so, you've probably already made a new character on that new server with your character name, which then enables you to have to force change name your character who's a ninja. Oh, now you've just changed server. You have thousands of pay to win currency in the bag. No one knows who you are. No one knows your name. Like what? That you should have some sort of an accountability for your character in an MMO. But yeah, ramble over. Elder Scrolls can be solo basically to max level, only raise any group. Yeah, we experienced this. And as I say, Elder Scrolls we did enjoy. We had a blast on Elder Scrolls, to be fair. Guild's Groove stuff doesn't start till max level. Whoops, we fell off. Dungeons and Raids, PvP starts sooner. Yeah, PvP definitely starts sooner. The dungeons, my understanding is in Guild Wars 2, no one does them anymore. And they've based, like, even the dev team have stopped supporting dungeons, and instead they're now doing the fractals, are they called? Something like that. And now that's basically like their raid content. But it used to be at some point that you were meant to be running dungeons and doing dungeons. Because that when I jumped back into Guild Wars 2, as I say, a year or two ago, really excited to run some dungeons, and nobody did them, which put me off the game. There are dungeons you can do, what Fractal's about. Sorry, faster. Yeah, because I don't think anyone actually runs them, because the currency or the tokens you get for running the dungeons is basically obsolete now. So although they're still in the game, I couldn't find a single group to do any of them. Oh, and yeah, you mentioned it. Dagger Wiz used to be super good. Yeah, mate. On Dark and Darker, oh, that was so fun to watch. Yeah. Before anyone even tried it. Watching it develop and unfold in real time was very exciting. It does ruin the feel of the game. Everyone just need everything. You get greedy for loot instead of working for things you need and build your craft. Yeah, this is it, man. You should only be needing items you actually need. I mean, even here. I mean, fair, we've got a random level 21 cloak. Do we even have, like, a level 21 in the warband? Has to, that is. Toughness and int. I mean, maybe this sorcerer wanted it. But because I can use it, my loot's set to need. Because this is how it tells you to do it. So even if that guy actually needed that cloak, which he didn't, let's be honest, it's 21, he's 31, you can just buy everything from an RvR vendor. You know what I mean? It's not the end of the world. But if he needed that and actually needed it, oh sorry, every single person in this warband has set all their settings to need. So good luck rolling for something you actually need. I like his mount. He's like on a reindeer. Oh, it's probably also his dress that's making it look a bit more Christmassy. Still dungeons. Oh yeah. Dungeons like a story walkthrough, whereas fractals are just the bosses. Oh yeah, no, we did do one of them fractals. But there's no trash, right? So obviously it just takes long to farm. Oh yeah, because I think it's again, just using it as an example, I think you'd need something like 15 or 20 tokens, and each dungeon gave you 3 or something. And then the gear you got for doing that is not as good as doing the fractals, and you could just get a group to do that instead. Something like that, anyway. I mean, Guild Wars 2 has a lot of the, what is it, horizontal progression? As opposed to the vertical progression, I guess. So no matter what you do in that game, you're always, like, adding something to your character. You're always, do you know what I mean? You're always achieving something. Whereas I guess in a game like this, we're lagging? There we go. That was a terrible lag spike. Wonder what just happened there. Yeah, whereas the game was like this, I guess, it has the, I guess, horizontal progression until you're renown rank 78. Although that would also tie into vertical progression because it's gear, isn't it? Oh, actually, no, saying that, it'd be 80 or 85, won't it? Because you're still gaining the renown points, and you're still gaining career points up until a certain renown rank. Yeah, I guess as soon as you max renown, then you stop having well, yeah, I guess, yeah, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to say at that point, you've probably stopped on the vertical progression as well. You just stopped progression, period, because you're max. Are we still live? Yeah, we're still live. Crazy. Everything just broke during that lag spike. That was probably on my end. We're still good there? Yeah, we're still good there. Not sure. Not sure. I mean, if anything, it's probably just the game needing a reboot at this point. This guy making a great point. I'm not sure why we run when we are as many as them. See that quite a lot in this game. Where people flee when they see someone incoming. I mean, there's a lot of us here. Well, we're going to head back to War Camp here. Again, I was hoping we were going to get a bit of a siege involved there. But unfortunately, we do need to dip out. So that is going to wrap us up for today's stream.